Hi everyone, welcome to Among Us Lore Read Aloud number 10. It's been a while.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah.
It has been some time.
Yeah, LDP, this is the
new
first one you've been on, so I think
guest
you, of the
for
three
this
of us,
episode.
don't have a right to say
For
that.
having me on the show, guys.
You're welcome. Now you get to pronounce your own bullshit instead of having A do it.
Yeah. I hope you're looking
It's like a
forward
game
to it,
show. If
buddy.
it was a game show called Just Fucking Kill Yourself.
Canadian Healthcare, the game show. The Beanley Show.
Yo, welcome to the Beanley
Show. Oh, God. Oh, fuck.
Anyway, my mic's kind of shit, I know. Yeah, my regular good mic is kind of broken, and there wasn't a better time to record this, so I'm just putting up with it.
Be thankful I don't have my shit, Mike.
Oh, you would totally abuse it against me. You really would if you had it.
Yeah.
Just blowing up the entire fucking PC.
You'd be like, oh, he can't challenge me. Oh, how dare
Actual
he be the shittiest mic
warhead.
here.
Yeah.
How dare he have the shittiest mic in this call? No, I have to trump this. I'm lucky yours is broken.
Yeah, hold on, guys. Let me walk into fucking Chernobyl with my mic real quick.
Anyway, so what message exactly did we stop on?
Okay. We were on. I posted it in the group chat, but it's we ended off on not wanting to overextend. Sparkle continues his campaign to hunt for Techno.
Okay, so we were oh yeah, we stopped right about. Dang, are you sure that this is? Did we not do one after this? Hold on.
It's like I don't know.
This was right after the Skarkle versus Lickwold fight, right?
Yeah. If there was one after this, it's not in the group chat.
Okay, hold on a sec. Let me double check this. Let me go to Akron IIM.
It gives me more time to draw the thumbnail.
It does. I do want to make sure we haven't got this wrong. I don't think we have, but I'm just saying.
The sabotage.
Okay, Among Us Lore Reading 9. We did Slurperia Rising Arc Onward. What the fuck was... I think I read on... I think A had to dip, and then I read on for a while, and then I gave up because there was too much.
Oh yeah, and then you didn't you do it again in the next one or something? Or am I thinking of a
hold
different
on a
one?
second.
I could have sworn there was one where you read a bunch of lines and then you just gave up, and then you just did it
the one I'm
over again.
talking about.
Okay, yeah.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I hate this. Oh god, what am I doing?
Yeah, I think A's drawing a little
what is this guy doing?
thumbnail.
I want to know what this guy is doing. What is bro cooking?
Okay. Well, you might see in a minute. I'm getting the line art done.
Let me just where's Yeah, I actually think you might be hold on a second. Where's the fuck blibbity shbloobity. This is so professional, guys. We're so good at our job.
I know, right?
No, I actually think
professional grade shit right here.
Yeah, I think you actually got us to the end of the 8th read aloud, not the 9th. I just double checked. So we need to fix this. So we're actually at the wrong spot. Let me go back to the 9th.
This is all carefully constructed to buy me more time to cook.
This is true. Anyway, I'm going to turn off my desktop audio for a moment so I can listen to the end of that last stream so I can figure out what message we're on.
Okay,
so you guys
are
not
to listen to it.
Can't
you just look at the screen?
Yeah, but I just want to make double sure. I'll be right back. Okay, hold on. What am I doing here? Anyway, while I'm here, how's everyone doing? Okay, hold on a sec. I think it's LBP. I think it's the line LBP says he'll force his fallacy up Saul's ass. Helicopters away. Hold on a sec. Guys, I actually know what line we're on. I know what line we're on, and it's really fucking funny. The line we're on is hold on, let me check this again. LBP says he'll force his fallacy up Saul's ass and helicopters away. I am being 100% dead serious. This is the line we ended on.
Oh yeah, that was. I remember that.
What the fuck?
That was when
I think it's
Saul Goodman
hilarious how
called him out for
LBP has
using it.
been like. It's actually hilarious how like LBP has been like significantly nerfed.
Yeah, that's kind of funny, honestly.
Like here, he can just do whatever the fuck he wants, but now like he has like actual like limitations.
Yeah, that's because the story started getting a lot more rules after a point. Like we introduced the whole gag factor thing where like remember when there was that whole like there was that whole moment where like fucking Skarkle like benched pressed entire universes and then we decided that wasn't that was gag factor because it would break so many fights.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, hold on. Let me find the message. I think you guys can also find the message. It's pretty easy.
I'm Mario.
Yeah,
I'm already on it.
I'm there. I'm there.
Okay. LBP says he'll force his fallacy up Saul's ass and helicopters away. Okay. We're there. Let's go. We've been recording for about 8 minutes and haven't actually started reading anything. That's how you know this is peak.
This is so peak. It's peak.
I know,
anyway.
right?
Be on Mount Everest right now.
This is true. All right,
Exactly.
LBP. So A, because you're not reading LBP's lines anymore, can you do me a favor and read Lobato's lines?
Sure. Sure.
Because I feel like Lobato comparatively says the least amount in these channels.
Right. Yeah.
Besides Gamma.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That you do.
Actually, I guess that comes down to do I or you type more in AUL lore? Or
I think
AUL lore is
it's
stupid.
you.
That's like ATM machine. Okay.
I think it's you.
Then I will take my own messages. You can take yours and Lobato's, and then LBP can take LBP's.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe you type more than LBP, but who cares?
I don't know.
This is kind of stupid,
I think
honestly.
it's like about even.
We could actually just all do Lobato's lines, just like cycle through.
Just like alternate.
I guess when we feel like it, but anyway.
Maybe.
LBP, you can start us off here.
Right. LBP says he'll force his fallacy up Saul's ass and helicopters away.
Okay, I think we start at January 8, 2023.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Meanwhile, Narble decides to secretly buy nuclear weapons from Carcass Land.
It's been so many months since the last one, I genuinely don't remember who that is.
I believe Skarkle's cousin. He was only mentioned like
Skarkle's
twice.
I believe 80th cousin thrice removed.
Only mentioned like twice, I believe.
Okay, you don't have any lines here, so it makes sense for you to have Lobatos in this section.
Also, meanwhile, Ohio 3 has realized that it is now too fucking big and effectively stuck in a semi-enclosed area of the ocean between the Americas, Africa, and Eurasia.
It turns to bath salts to cope. Iberos the Red Wake is found standing completely still near the edge of Ohio 3. I think I wanted to do something with this. I wanted to do something with this, and then I just fucking didn't.
Damn.
It reminds me of the Greg Sleeper virus.
Oh yeah.
So, and like fucking like 2 hours from now, Kybros is just gonna walk off the fucking seafloor and just
of course.
Like, what the fuck happened?
The way I see it, those Greg's sleeper viruses is just a part of literally everyone now. It's just an extra little bit of DNA. Everyone's got it. You know, there's no getting around that. Yeah.
It's irrelevant
to anything though. It's like
itself not relevant.
Yeah, it's just kind of there.
Like I don't want to spoil this, like the specifics of this, but like it's so worthless to the plot that its worthlessness to the plot has itself become a plot point in a meta narrative.
Yeah.
AUL is just so fucking insane.
It's great, ain't it?
Yeah, AUL is
like,
nuts.
AUL has like fucking 2 different meta narratives going on at like the same time.
And Ice Golem politely greets him and asks what brings him around these parts.
Ivaros says he will conquer Polynesia.
The Ice Golem explains that he is in completely the wrong place and hands him a map.
Ivaros takes the map and begins walking towards Polynesia. Eventually, he walks off the edge and begins swimming somehow. Meanwhile, Wyatt Maggot committing chainsaw murders in Galveston, Texas.
He also commits one banana murder. Oh, I remember Wyatt Maggot, all right.
That was so fucking good.
Investigators are unable to link the murders to Wyatt, and thus he continues posting on MulchArticles.com, explaining how the gore slurpers take over much of Eurasia is the direct result of the industrial regurgitation. Nobody quite knows what the industrial regurgitation is.
Attempts to figure out what it is are cut short by another banana murder.
People turn the industrial regurgitation into a copy pasta.
Wyatt Maggot releases an article detailing the exact nature of the industrial regurgitation and its causes.
Meanwhile, Texas man Clark Howard Davis falsely confesses to the murders for attention. I feel like I just came up with the most stereotypically Texan name I could think of.
That's just like white trash name 101.
I think you did, mate.
Anyway, Wyatt Maggot assassinates him for taking credit.
Clark was guilty of the second banana murder, however.
Wyatt Maggot begins kidnapping people still somehow undetected.
Clark's brother, Eugene Davis, assembles a local militia in order to hunt down Wyatt, still unsure of his identity. A couple of Gus's drug cartel goons join in out of boredom.
Damn.
The militia members manage to track him to the sewer where he lairs.
Since they don't actually know who he is yet, they start questioning him about the murders.
The kidnapping victims, hearing the militia members, manage to escape their containment, but something's wrong. They immediately attack the militia members, the element of surprise giving them an advantage.
Eugene orders the militia to fire, and they do.
They fire themselves from the militia. This does nothing to help. Wyatt manages to escape in the confusion.
Eugene clarifies that he meant fire as in shoot, The militia members then nod and shoot their shot at having a better life after they leave the battlefield.
Victims manage to capture the militia members and confiscate their weaponry. They're thrown into a hole in the ground roughly 9 feet deep.
Those who haven't
I
left
got
by
it.
now, that is.
Those who stay are shackled and watch in horror as maggots pour from the mouths of their captors and enter the captives' veins via their eyes.
What the
Maggots
fuck?
swiftly begin hollowing out their skulls and eventually the rest of their bodies. Make way for more maggots. Eventually they're animated like maggot puppets, just like Wyatt and their captors.
Lobato accuses LBP of raiding his top secret JC plans.
LBP laces Lobato's drink with sulfuric acid.
Random
I feel like
prison
that would
guard
melt
is-
the cup, right? I feel like that would just fucking melt the cup itself. And then you'd have to get a new drink. Right?
A random prison guard is thirsty and drinks it instead, dying. The entire prison goes on lockdown, trying to figure out how this even happened.
LBP begins systematically assassinating prison guards in increasingly exotic ways.
This includes three banana murders.
LBP then decides to set up a Rube Goldberg machine to drop a basket full of bullet ants onto a guard's head.
A bunch of prison guards locate the machine, but accidentally die by coming into contact with various different stages of it.
LBP slips anesthesia into a guard's drink and excises his femur.
What the hell?
Sticky pouch. He hammers nails into it and uses it to beat said guard to death.
So fucking good. The other JC writers are escorted out of the prison into an even more secure prison by the National Guard. I think this was like the entire world is like the JC, not the writers. Sorry, the JC writer. I don't know why it says that, but the AUL writers are basically wanted fugitives because of LBP just continuously murdering everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember when LBP could just do this shit and no one knew?
No one can stop him.
And no
True.
one could stop him. LBP
I remember the reason why the
previously-
writers stuck with Skarkle despite the fact they didn't like him wasn't even that Skarkle could stop LBP because he didn't even bother doing that. The only reason was because Skarkle could protect them from the consequences, like he could stop the government from arresting them.
not even Skarkle could help them against LBP. Like LBP is just an inevitability at this point.
Yeah, he's a force of
just
nature.
a force.
Force of nature. It's like Woke Whitney before Woke Whitney. Well, actually, this is after Woke Whitney, but
No, still Woke Whitney, I think.
yeah,
Woke Whitney adjacent.
Woke Whitney adjacent.
Yeah.
LBP floods the previous prison with lava.
One guard escapes unharmed, only to die from shock after puking out another guard's entire hand. Authorities are stumped as to how the fuck that even happens.
LBP steals a Honda Civic and runs over John Authority, CEO of the authorities, and then rigs the car to explode in bolts.
The government installs Authority Premium to continue having power.
LBP paints a schlong on the White House.
A trial is then held to determine whether the other writers are legally responsible for helping LBP with his crimes. Saul Goodman enters the real world and defends the writers, arguing that they were afraid of LBP while going along with his actions, because LBP was capable of harming and or killing them.
LBP founds a company called Fuck Corp and begins boosting prisoners from maximum security prisons and forcing them to join it.
Various companies appeal to the court to be handed the rights to AUL, arguing that so much shit has happened that the original writers should no longer even have them. The writers who don't want to lose the rights have to fight off these companies desperately.
Fuck Corp offers to hire all the writers.
Since Fuck Corp is a new company and highly suspicious, the court demands an investigation into their intentions. Nah, I'm sure Fuck Corp has completely good intentions.
Fuck Corp is a completely beneficent force.
I'm sure it has nothing but the best in mind for everyone.
Exactly.
LBP invites the investigators to a lavish dinner in which he calmly and reasonably explains Fuck Corp's noble intentions for hiring the writers. None of the investigators notice the bombs under their chairs.
Somehow, the court lets Fuck Corp hire the writers. This is because LBP was wearing a mustache and nobody realized who he was.
The investigators all commit suicide the next day.
The judge listens to Saul and acquits all the writers. This allows things to proceed.
LBP begins selling a cancer vaccine that works in the right doses, but even 1/100th of a fluid ounce over causes the user to uncontrollably windmill and dissolve.
So intelligent. Going under, meanwhile, causes the vaccine to turn into a gun and fire at the person who underdosed.
This is what RFK Jr. believes.
Dead ass.
The vaccine is purchased by some companies, but put under immense security and used only by those with decades of training. Yeah, that makes fucking
FDA
sense.
has a few words to say about this vaccine.
LBP does not listen at all.
Just a few.
Congress attempts to pass regulations on fuck corp products only to realize their free trial of Authority Premium has expired.
Oh no. Hundreds of angry customers call Fuck Corp into band to become back their money.
I feel like
We're all
Superman glare
assassinated.
there.
Maybe like one.
No, I think that's like a reference to something.
Oh yeah, maybe. We're all fucking assassinated. That's crazy.
Just
The
kills
government
all of
tries
them.
to shut down Fuck Corp, but can't because no one remembers the website for Authority Premium. Anarchy takes hold as all crime becomes legal.
Not again.
Hot Corp begins abducting children and using them as soldiers to wantonly murder people for no reason. Vile human experimentation is performed.
By the way, this is
Italy
legal.
2. Italy 2 rises from the ashes.
Holy shit.
The sequel to Italy.
Fire, water, earth, air, Italy. Long ago, the 5 nations lived in peace.
Bear gets clobbered by King DDD himself for improper formatting.
Bear is unclobbered upon the realization that formatting is not real. Damn.
This causes
Yeah.
God to explode.
John Genital gets his balls crushed and fucking explodes.
I feel like
This starts
God
a
has
pandemic.
exploded like 4 times in AUL so far.
Yeah.
I
This
know the
starts a
sun has
pandemic of
been
explosion.
I know the sun's like blown up like 10 times or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
something like that.
It
This
keeps
starts
coming just to explode.
Not to
This
mention the
starts a
fourth
pandemic
law
of
nature.
explosions where people are exploding at random with no apparent cause. The world's top scientists try to develop a vaccine, but explode before they can do so. A brave researcher suggests simply not exploding.
Exploding is eradicated. Game, I guess we can't use explosives in warfare now. That's actually
This
crazy.
researcher becomes a hero.
Should I read that?
Dude, whatever.
Number 7. Student watches porn and gets naked.
Campus club for proper formatting.
Counterpoint. The man named Number 7 student watched porn and got naked. I was simply narrating the facts.
The clubber attempts to club LBP for this fuck up, but backs down out of fear for their life.
Why did Gamma not get clubbed for that second message?
I
I don't know, man.
Like that message is in proper formatting.
Yeah, like he
They
was
are already
like in defending himself, he actually legitimately broke the rule.
Yeah, right.
they are already too late.
Someone shits on the ocean while out at sea. This causes a mass water contamination problem. Skarkle designates
I
one
like
of the
how
loan
everything
shark.
Gamma does in AUL is just like randomly show up every once in a while to just do the most random bullshit and then just leave everyone else to deal with it.
Just to be a nuisance, you know. Skarkle designates one of the loan sharks to be the new ocean.
It's like either fucking. It's like either like something that has like absolutely no bearing on anything else, or it just like fucks up the entire fucking like status quo, and then everyone has to deal with it.
True.
Yeah.
Like at one point,
Like,
he had an
I
event
remember,
where
like-
like every single person shit at the same time, and it broke the world's plumbing system.
I remember like way before like the Carcass Wars, there was a thing where like fucking like Morbius became so popular, like reset the universe or something. And then everyone just fucking ignored it.
I think it was delegated to an alternate timeline. There was also that thing where like Gamma invented a bunch of like random countries like Vertigreen and stuff, and then like he
Yeah, I
forgot to
remember.
roleplay as them, and then like there was
I mean,
this
they
whole
did some
thing where
stuff.
like yeah they did, but once we got to like the Gorslurperus resurgence, right? Like or sorry, was it the GPC NGP war? Yeah, I think Iberia
Probably.
under Navarra was like invading Vertigreen, and like the GPC kept yelling at them like, "You're getting fucking invaded. Do something. We can't keep sending you troops to do your work for you." And then like they kept not responding because Gamma wouldn't do anything, and like eventually Gamma just decided to roleplay that the entire country just floated into the air and disappeared because he didn't feel like dealing with it anymore. So then I had to like scramble to do. Oh, and then the African Union was formed after Vertigreen left, and they became a GPC member and lasted for like maybe a couple months as they were getting invaded.
Maybe.
Right. Allah hits a funky jig.
At long last, a White House intern finally figures out where the authority premium website is, meaning the government pays again and is able to illegalize crime once more. Ben Shapiro is elated by the news.
The
Yo.
LBP does not take kindly to this and smashes Ben Shapiro's skull with a sledgehammer.
Extremely rare LBPW.
Astronomically rare.
The thing that's funny about this, because I remember seeing an old tweet that I based this on, where like someone was tweeting, you let me know in the replies what should be banned in the United States, and then Ben Shapiro quote retweeted it and was like, curious that nobody said crime, and then everyone was like telling him, why do you think it's called crime, Ben? They already banned it.
I mean, does it say in the Constitution that crime is illegal?
I don't think it does.
This is true. This is true.
Therefore, crimes is illegal.
And crimes is legal.
Man, they
Yeah.
could really fix up the American Constitution by adding like some yaoi in there.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree.
Anyway,
Need some Yuri too while I got it.
technically LBP can't be convicted of any of the crimes he did while crime was legal, but he does get convicted for this murder, as well as various other
As if it
murders
fucking
and
matters
crimes
at
he
this point.
committed before any of this happened in the first place.
Starts throwing axes at the policemen who come to
Yeah, this
arrest him.
doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't really mean anything for him to be convicted. It's just the government saying,
like,
yeah, that's not good what he did.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just another fucking note on the fucking list at this point.
True.
It's like that scene at the beginning of the Lorax movie where he has the fucking scroll and it just goes off the fucking stage when he opens it.
Yeah.
True. Meanwhile, after so long, Jack and Scott Hamaker's cousin Chris manages to reorganize Hamaker Industries under his control. He makes a formal request to the government to have Hamaker Industries restored as a legal entity, which is granted. With Chris soon chosen by the new board of directors to be the CEO, he begins to argue that the rights to AUL should default back to his company since they were never willingly given up, but rather liquidated due to internal chaos, i.e., LBP murdering everyone and holding the company hostage. That was kind of awkward, I remember. The courts agree with Chris and send the rights to AUL back to Hamaker Industries, causing most of the writers to go back as well. In a press conference, Chris is asked if he plans on restoring game tunes, to which he says no, claiming that instead Hamaker Industries will be directly supervising the writers based on security concerns and close writer-executive cooperation. Chris does promise, however, not to interfere with the way writers are trying to tell their story, like Scott and, to an extent, Jack did before.
Hey, Poseidon, can you check the group
LBP
chat real quick?
waltzes into the...
What about the group chat?
No, I did check. LBP waltzes into the
Poseidon.
management room.
Oh, did you send the
down in a
thumbnail?
chair.
Thumbnail.
This is awesome.
Do you like it?
It's great. It's great.
Thank you.
It's fire.
Sorry, LBP, did you
Hold
read
up
that one
slipper.
message?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay. Everyone in Hammaker Industries decides to avoid entering the room and asking him to leave out of fear for their lives. Meaning Chris and the board start holding meetings in the hallway immediately outside of it.
LBP enters the hallway and sits down.
The board relocates to the nearby washroom to hold future meetings.
LBP draws a shamshir and begins cutting down the board members.
Oh,
Chris
God.
flees, locks himself in a closet, and starts desperately calling the police. The first question the operator asks is it LBP? And when told it is, she assures that the military will be on its way in no time.
LBP
I love
opens
how
the
they've
closet
just
door a second
I
later.
love how they've just been dealing with him for so long that like the very first thing they think to ask when they get a 911 call is it LBP?
Yeah.
LBP
Is it this guy again?
Fortunately
fucking
for
that
Chris,
guy.
he constructed an elaborate Rube Goldberg contraption set to operate whenever the door opened, ultimately causing a spring fist to break through the door and punch LBP up several stories. He uses the temporary distraction to run out of the building and is escorted away by the arriving military.
LBP leaps from a window and lands among the military officers.
They immediately open fire on him.
He begins jumping and flipping around while cutting apart soldiers with his shamshir.
In the meantime, Chris contacts his employees from a nearby army base and tells them he's implementing a new policy encouraging work from home.
Good fucking idea. Why did he do this earlier?
Right?
Like, they should have done this like a fucking month ago.
I feel like
That really should have
that
been
would
the
have
first thing
prevented
they
a couple
tried.
of stuff. You know?
Just to keep concentrating all our employees in one fucking building.
Yeah, the building that famously this guy that we can't stop from killing people comes back to keep killing people.
The famously secure building
Slasher
where
movie all
nothing
logic.
bad happens ever.
Slasher movie logic. Let's
This
hide
is
in the
true.
fucking
True.
dilapidated ass shed. Nothing bad could happen.
Oh, God.
The few
LBP
employees
finishes killing the soldiers and returns to
sorry.
hiding.
The few
Another
employees who choose to stay at the HQ are guarded 24/7 by SWAT officers. Once a new board of directors is formed from the next group of big shareholders, many of these new directors suggest simply releasing the rights to AUL so some other company has to deal with this shit instead.
No one wants
LBP offers to
AOL
buy
for fear of having to deal with LPP.
Saul Goodman, who
LBP,
has some... Never mind. You say that. Never mind.
LBP offers to buy the rights.
Saul Goodman, who has somehow appoints himself as LBP's defense lawyer, points out that he would just have the rights stripped from him immediately on the grounds that he's a mass murderer.
LBP points an S stock in Saul's throat and asks him to repeat that.
Saul explains that this is an appeal to force fallacy.
LBP corrects Saul, explaining that it's an I don't give a fuck fallacy.
Fair, Saul relents. Nonetheless, the board's attempts to sell the AUL rights are blocked by Chris, who insists that AUL is too profitable to give up.
Yeah, it's too profitable. You never mind the people who keep getting fucking murdered. Including like half our fucking employees who are making us money.
Regularly.
Board.
On a weekly basis.
Most intelligent large company leadership.
True.
LBP throws a hand grenade into an orphanage. No one really knows what this accomplishes, but it does it anyway.
I forgot how fucking...
This is so Belsky core.
I forgot how fucking stupid Hammaker was before Jane became CEO.
Yeah.
Actually, I should be fair. Edward Cornwall was probably when they started getting smart, because he actually, we'll get to Edward Cornwall in a sec, but whatever.
I do not remember Edward Cornwall.
Yeah. Wait, did you read the LB? Did you read the LBP line after that?
Okay. Okay, LBP appears behind the board of directors and tells them profit off this while grabbing his willy.
Wait. I didn't read that line before. I was talking about the LVP throws a hand grenade into an orphanage line.
I already read that one.
Okay.
I said this is so Billiam Bilski core.
Oh yeah, you're right. The board of
Bilski.
directors gives Chris 1 month to prove just how profitable AUL is, or they'll vote him out of his position and bring in a new CEO who will sell the rights.
Yo, just like Among Us.
Holy shit, they're gonna vote him out. They're gonna eject
Holy
him.
fuck!
Chris was not the
You want to
imposter.
get ejected from company leadership?
They just boot him out the fucking door.
Dude, they should have made
This is
Succession
like
just
a
take
box.
place in an Among Us game the entire show. It would have been like
no,
you could keep the
No, no,
plot
they
exactly
put
the
him-
same, but it should just be in an Among Us show, like in an Among Us game.
no.
Just keep all the character
No.
relationships are the exact same, but it's an Among Us match that just lasts for 4 seasons. I think that would be peak television. Like that would,
dude.
like imagine if Succession was even better. That would be what that looked like.
They put Chris on one of those U2 spy planes, and then they fly up into the stratosphere and then fucking kick him out, and it will leave him to fall into the fucking Pacific as he burns up in the atmosphere.
Where the fuck are they gonna get a U2, dog?
They buy one.
Yeah, buy one on fucking NASA? Like, what?
Yeah.
They get a
It should
fucking
be hard with
government
that smart
subsidy.
Government subsidy to carry out a public execution.
Not even public, like, no one would even really see that. I guess they could be there for, like, a plane launch.
They're gonna see the impacts.
Maybe.
I mean, not if it's in the middle of the Pacific, they aren't.
Yeah.
I guess the fish will be there for the public execution.
Yeah, the fish are the important part. The fish.
Yeah.
Dude, they're gonna see it over in Bikini Bottom. Let's just say that.
True.
It's not like
Why
wilder shit doesn't happen.
Why are charred remains falling on my house?
It's not like weirder shit doesn't happen in SpongeBob.
Fair enough. Okay. Want me to read the board of directors line again, or?
Yes.
LBP appears behind the board of directors and tells them profit off this while grabbing his willy.
Since they're on a Zoom call and not meeting in person, this means LBP teleports several times. After doing this, though, he leaves. Chris promises that he'll show them they're all wrong. He spearheads a massive advertisement campaign for AUL, hyping it up on social media.
LBP posts pictures of dead monkeys on social media.
His account is banned.
He teleports to people's houses and shows them pictures of dead monkeys.
I feel like early LBP is just Bilski if he was on crack.
Bilski if he was like not.
I feel like Bilski's already on crack.
Bilski is on like everything. That's like the entire point of Bilski.
Okay. If
it's
he
more
wasn't
like
on
Bilski,
crack,
but without like the insane
political buzzword.
Yeah, political buzzword rants.
Yeah.
Yeah, LBP doesn't do any of that. He just kills people.
Yeah, he just kills people and shows them pictures of dead monkeys.
For some reason.
The U.S. Department of Teleportation, which I guess exists, issues a teleportation ban on him to solve this problem.
He levitates to the teleportation headquarters and forces them at gunpoint to lift the ban.
Announcing it on the news, they simply put the ban back in place after he leaves. I like how there's just canonically a teleportation department in the U.S. government in the real world, and we've never addressed it again.
Why not? You know? Why not?
I mean, honestly, that's like the least weird, like unaddressed AUL plot point.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows what fucking secret U.S. departments exist?
LB. Then
the
puts
head of
nails
secretary
through
for that department is the head of secretary for the USDT is engineer from TF2.
That's so fucking true.
Am I wrong?
Oh,
he'd actually be good at that job though.
Right? Right?
Yeah, he would.
Anywho.
Without announcing it on the news, they simply put the ban back in place after he leaves.
And puts
Damn.
nails through their mouth.
Wait, LBP, did you read the one about the levitation thing?
Yeah, I did.
The U.S. Department of Teleportations immediately has to hire new employees.
LBP hacks into the system and lifts the ban himself, then destroys all the computers so it can't be reestablished.
The secretary just declares that the ban is still in place anyway.
LBP decides to just teleport anyway.
I like how this was. This is like the equivalent of like someone playing a chess, of like two people playing a chess match and then deciding they don't like the rules, so they just like scrap the game and do whatever they want.
It's just like you're playing chess with the dude, and then like you're about to lose, and so you just like fucking punch the dude in the face.
That's just chess boxing.
It's funnier because both sides did it. Like the secretary did it first, and then LBP did it after. Noticing inadequate results from his advertisement campaign, Chris asks Ads Jimmy for some ideas.
The LBP mails him a picture of a dead monkey.
Chris, in an unexpected power, nails it back.
LBP takes a pipe bomb to Chris's ball.
That's actually so fucking hard. Like, that's the rawest response anyone has ever had to LBP.
Fucking mail him back his dead monkey picture.
The bomb explodes, which kills him.
LBP then begins throwing javelins at the board members.
However, due to the long distance they are traveling, as again, it's on a Zoom call, he misses most of the shots.
LBP starts throwing rocket-propelled javelins.
I feel like there'd be some sort of wall in the way, right?
Dude, do you think LBP cares about walls?
Fair enough. Didn't think of that.
With Chris dead, new majority shareholder Edward Cornwall becomes the new CEO and immediately puts the AUL rights up for sale. The company's official Twitter account releases a statement saying, "Fuck it, we can't take this anymore. The universe does not want us to have AUL. Have fun, guys."
LBP attempts to buy the rights.
This gives me the vibe of like those memes people made about like Dream like changing his Twitter account to Nightmare and then like posting like edgelord's tweets about how he's like broken. Like imagine if an actual corporation did that.
Oh my god.
The writers managed to negotiate a deal with. Wait, sorry, you didn't say that?
Oh, I did say that. I just.
The writers managed to negotiate a deal with Edward in which they get to choose who the rights are sold to. Poseidon realizes that no matter which company gets the rights, it will still result in LBP terrorizing their employees, with him unable to be stopped by law enforcement of any kind. Unfortunately, he understands that there's only one way to continue AUL while ensuring LBP is kept in check. With great shame, he contacts Skarkle and offers to sell AUL to him again.
LBP begins windmilling with such speed he begins flying.
The Air Force attempts to shoot him down.
He begins attacking the fighter planes. He does so by pulling thermobaric missiles from his pocket and hurling them like javelins at the planes.
The United
I'm sorry,
Nations
something about javelins is infinitely funny.
The United States, sorry, not the States. The United Nations declares that LBP has violated every international law that exists, has ever existed, and ever will exist. That is crazy.
To be sure, Just to be sure, LBP decided to actually do so.
That's fucking crazy.
Imagine the fucking United Nations Twitter post. We fucking hate this guy. Kill him!
Kill him with hammers immediately.
Kill this man on sight.
That's
Him die.
literally what
Make
I
him
imagined.
bleed.
I mean, what else could they do at this point? Like when the military can't
Feed
do
him,
shit
Fuck you,
against him.
LBP. You're a
feed him to
criminal.
the worm.
Running for his home.
Starkle purchases the rights to AUL and gets the U.S. Department of Spontaneous Gargantuan Sinkholes to help protect the headquarters.
While still being hunted down by the government, LBP somehow wills his parts of the story onto the AUL script from afar. I remember when you could
LBP
just do
hides
this
in
before
Norwegian
LBR was a
landscape.
thing. In the meantime, the situation on Earth is not looking too good. Underground rebellions are already forming around the world, but few have the ability to actively strike at the Imperium of Gore. Those who try don't tend to succeed very well.
And I remember it was fucking called that. God damn it. They're paraded around the streets on crosses 24/7.
Do you just want to read Imperium of Gore as Slurperia whenever it comes up?
Yeah, let's just.
Instead of
Imperium of
Folium,
Gore sucks
various
ass.
protests break out, as many people believe Sean Marshall is a coward and a traitor for siding with the Gore Slurperists. Sean sends the military to brutally suppress the protests. He's kind of in a tough position because he literally based his entire dictatorship on being anti-Gore Slurperist, only to be pro-Gore Slurperist.
Only to...
It would be like...
And even as a pro Gore Slurperist, he like failed to do like anything.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
The death toll continuously rises in the British Isles as the newly revived Galloway introduces ridiculous policies one by one. One such policy mandates Russian roulette as a school activity.
Child death rates skyrocket.
Oh my god, I think I remember what happens in this. This is it's so
coming. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
fucking vile.
No.
It's peak.
Okay, full disclosure, this I actually might have to cut from the video. It's so bad.
Oh, come on, it's peak. Come on.
Okay, so do school shootings. Not only does Galloway allow all citizens to own guns unconditionally, he also makes it compulsory for everyone to possess at least 10 different types of guns, especially if they're
At
ludicrously
least 10.
designed.
People start manufacturing the most ludicrous guns possible. Belt-fed shotguns become a craze.
Naturally, protests are widespread across the British Isles due to these insane policies, especially since deaths are supposed to happen by knife crime there, not gun crime.
That's the U.S.
That's just how insane it is, you know? It's unprecedented in British history.
Regular guns begin
making
being
history
sent.
here.
Yeah. Regular guns begin being sent to the gun destruction and recycling facility to be either destroyed or taken apart and recycled to become more ludicrous guns.
I like how there's a specialized facility just for, like, destroying and recycling guns.
Yeah.
Galloway declares that protesting is punishable by public torture and execution. He also mandates that public executions be watched by every citizen in the nation.
That's public torture.
So I imagine there's like a fucking like channel just for like public executions that it just switches everyone's TV to whenever there's an execution.
That's so fucking raw. Like, imagine you just like you get your milk and cereal in the morning. You sit down at the TV, just like turn on the remote, see what's on the news. You just get
Public execution.
Public execution.
You turn
on your fucking TV. Guy getting lashed with a fucking cane. Holy shit.
Oh, you turned your TV off. Well, let me turn it back on, and you know, let's turn the volume up too. While you're just in case you're asleep, you know. Just in case you're asleep.
TV just like
that it's actually illegal
TV just
for them
rolls
not
legs
to watch
and just
it
walks
too.
over to your fucking face and just.
It's like those boomer comics where like the phone is like latching onto you like one of the fucking xenomorphs.
It's so real. Galloway's chief enforcer, a man known only as Wrathfoot, begins riding around on his
Oh
horse, cutting people
no!
in half with his axe. But nobody in check can kills him next. Let's
Oh,
fucking
this is
go.
a,
We got Wrathfoot.
yeah. This is actually a big character for the future.
I mean, I don't know about like a
Galloway
big
forgets some.
character, but he's like a medium
He's
character.
semi-important at least.
He's relevant. He's relevant. Galloway forgets
He's not
something
like
very important.
He's not like a main character, but I'd say he's at least a secondary character.
yeah.
He's there. Yeah. Galloway forgets something very important. If every gun is ludicrous, then no gun is.
Galloway decides to build one singular normal gun in order to circumvent this problem. He then buries it deep in the Scottish Highlands. Galloway is able to survive all attempts due to the Gore Slurper's power. Meanwhile, in space, the refugees who fled Earth before the Gore Slurper's conquest finish taking shelter in the Nuclear Republic, a long-standing ally of humanity. The Nuclear Republic is, of course, appalled by the Imperium of Gore. Sorry, hold on. Let me restart this. Meanwhile, in space, the refugees who fled Earth before the Gore Slurper's conquest finish taking shelter in the Nuclear Republic, a long-standing ally of humanity. The Nuclear Republic is, of course, appalled by the Imperium of Gore and pledges to help humanity retake their planet with enough preparation.
The Imperium begins building up a space force.
This involves mutating Carcassite volunteers, or vultures, so they can survive in space.
People
Who the
would
fuck would
probably
volunteer?
I mean, volunteers and vultures aren't necessarily exclusive.
Bro, do you realize the Carcass's entire fucking philosophy? That, like, everyone would volunteer for that.
Yes, yeah.
Meanwhile,
This
Ohio
reminds me
3
of how like
has seen
Valve used to do all their testing on like in lore for Portal, used to do all their testing on like war heroes and stuff until they ran out of war heroes. So they just started like picking up random fucking homeless people off the street and paying them like $50 to have like an experiment done on them.
I mean, $50 is $50.
This is true. Look, I'm not willing to have war crimes done on me, but $20 is $20, bro.
I have no particular use for a third arm, but $50 is $50.
This is true.
mean, maybe the. I mean, I don't know what the fuck
It's like the aperture
is, but I mean,
sorry, did I fucking say Valve? I meant Aperture Science. I didn't mean to allege that Valve did that shit in real life. I'm sorry, Gabe Newell. Don't come after me.
Gabe Newell himself is currently in the middle of turning me into a Vortigons. I have no idea what the hell it means, but it's coming with all these funky.
The UN is about to do one of those like all-purpose condemnations for Gabe Newell.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Meanwhile, Ohio 3 has seen a sudden spike in immigrants because it isn't as terrible as Slurperia. John Ohio sees this as a surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one.
Stellifolium also sees a massive immigration increase. Unfortunately, since Stellifolium is fascist, a lot of those immigrants don't exactly have it easy once they're inside. This is like trying.
That just sounds
have you ever tried? Have you ever got like a peach or a nectarine and it's like partially rotted and you're trying to cut off all the rotten spots so you can eat the rest of the peach? This is what this feels like.
Genuinely, this just sounds like the Holy Russian Empire. I'm being so serious right now.
This is the Holy Russian Empire.
It's the Holy Scottish Empire. I'm sorry to say.
The Holy Scottish Empire.
This would by far be the worst country to live in, by a long shot.
Yeah, no shit.
Would you rather live in Carcass Land or in the Scottish Empire?
I don't think they do that in Carcass Land.
I think I just take the shotgun.
Dude, just fucking kill me. Like,
just do it.
I mean, if you think about it, Galloway is just trying to be ridiculous. But the Carcasses are just trying to be like fucking as evil as possible, so Carcass Land's probably worse, honestly.
The thing is, I feel like you can benefit more in Carcass Land.
I mean, like, yeah, if you like become a Carcass yourself. Yeah.
I think I would act genuinely just go with Sharkistan.
It's not a shark.
I think canonically at this point in the story, Los Pollos Hermanos is the country with the best living standards.
Probably
It's a fucking drug cartel.
is the best. Is your best shot. Like
That's your best option. Oh my god. Skarkle's loan shark empire receives an influx of refugees as well. What a time to be alive.
The population loss of the Scottish Empire is somewhat offset by illegitimate children.
Oh.
Pollos Hermanos also has an immigration increase and profits off all of their new customers. The refugees who really want better lives have to smuggle themselves through Stellafolium to Los Pollos Hermanos to avoid persecution along the way. Again, their ideal country is a drug cartel.
Imagine if the U.S. election was
just clone more citizens with magic.
Imagine if the U.S. election was Billy Mitchell versus Todd Rogers. Like that's just what this is.
Ironically.
Who you voting for in the election, Duncan Galloway or Sergei Tabaritsky?
Do you think there's a different option I can think of? What? Oh yeah, there is.
I feel like that's the point.
Himmler.
I feel like that's the point where you just hit the overthrow the government option.
Yeah.
Imagine your country being so bad, people chose Heinrich Himmler over you in the fucking election.
That's crazy.
Imagine losing an election to Heinrich Himmler.
Wasn't he like not even that charismatic? Like,
no.
I mean, I'm not sure. It was just kind of like
he was very much in Hitler's shadow, as far as I understand.
I mean, everyone
was
hates him in
eccentric, like, by Nazi
I wouldn't be
standards.
surprised.
Remember that even he was like telling Julius Evola to chill out.
No, I think I read somewhere that Himmler believed that like
to this.
Like Himmler believed that like Tibet was like an ancient Aryan homeland or something.
That reminds me of like Yemelyanov thinking that white people used to live in Palestine. Yeah, so Yemelyanov, because LBP sent me the Wikipedia thing. Yemelyanov was like against Zionism because he thought that fucking Palestine used to be composed of Aryans, and then like Jewish people replaced them for some reason.
That makes no fucking sense. What the hell?
It doesn't. I know. Like, he was a neo-pagan who thought that like all the Abrahamic religions were like Jewish puppet religions.
That just.
But also simultaneously his allies against Judaism.
Yeah, he hated Islam, except he didn't hate Islam at the same time because he thought Islam was an ally against Zionism for some reason.
That just sounds like
it was an offshoot of Judaism.
Adrian Arcand. That just sounds like Russian Adrian Arcand.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention he also hated diamond importers from St. Petersburg.
Did he hate Slovakian ruffians by any chance?
Fucking get over Adrian Arcand randomly hating on diamond
importers. Okay, hear me out. Greeks.
That's the funniest part about the red. Just in the midst of everything else, which has like a carefully thought out, like intricate description, in amidst all that, he just puts Greeks.
Greeks. There's nothing else to be said. There's nothing else to be said. There's just Greeks.
Just Greeks.
Oh god. Okay.
Oh my god.
Many, however, simply settle for persecution and oppression under Stellafolium over whatever the fuck is going on in Slurperia.
As the core Slurper's influence grows, Slurperia gets stranger and stranger.
Ohio 3 is willing to help him. Ohio 3 is willing to help immigrants get to Los Pollos Hermanos if they provide at least one human sacrifice to be used in Mark II Ice Golem creations.
I like how this is unironically a better option at this point.
That's preferable to living in Slurperia.
That's genuinely the preferred option.
Massive stalactites of an obsidian-like substance begin rising from the town in Sliparian territory. People begin mutating into horrible beasts with various weapons in place of limbs, eyes and mouths all over their bodies, and tentacles galore. Rivers and lakes turn white and begin glowing.
The horrible mutant beast people are actually pretty comfortable in their new bodies, but they fall victim to unfair discrimination. That's the most pressing issue about these guys. Nothing else.
I don't
really
know why. I
matters.
don't know why they would, considering that's like or slurperism, like the whole fucking point.
Where are they going where they would
point.
face discrimination for that, I guess?
I don't know, man.
I mean, at this stage in Norse slurperism history, that's the whole point. But
Meta Liberty, which has been attempting to make a comeback to drum up resistance against the Gore Slurper, is forced to flee. Is forced to flee Slurparian territory in order to guarantee their safety.
Yeah, very nearly carpet bombed to oblivion several times.
Oibjorn Kopmanson, Meta Liberty's main singer, writes a biography about his experiences on the run from the Gore Slurperist, which becomes a bestseller throughout the underground book market.
You have to give people secondhand PTSD because of how horrible the stuff he saw was.
Loaded Diaper, on the other hand, does not give a shit about the fact that their strongest rival band is currently a global superpower and continues performing wherever they want, whenever they want. They are perfected by the divine will of narrator Greg Heffley. Unrelated to Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Greg Heffley.
Except they don't perform in the Slurperia where they aren't allowed to perform.
Actually, they also perform there because they don't give a shit.
LBP enters the story and chucks them out of Slurperia.
We should probably specify, if anyone's confused, that the Imperium of Gore is Slurperia. We just decided we liked the name better at some point, so
yeah,
we're reading it that way.
I think there's actually a message where it changes name to Slurperia, but I don't want to say Imperium of Gore anymore because fuck shit.
That's fair.
Oibjorn makes sure to write a toned-down version of his book for general audiences and restricts the original to only be sold to people of high mental fortitude.
How do they even check? How do they even verify that?
Trial and error.
Did you have to take a fucking test?
Yeah. No, the test is that they play a Freddy Fazbear jump scare, and if you don't shit your pants, then you get access.
Holy shit! Horror.
I hope he's putting trigger warnings on that book.
Loaded Diaper instead finds a small, technically unclaimed bit of territory surrounded by a Slurperian territory and hold a concert there, making a point of performing their own rendition of Fuck the Police several times throughout.
The territory is then revealed to be infested by feral chainsaw fiends.
These feral chainsaw fiends turn out to be massive fans.
And that they are windmills.
Meanwhile, Meta Liberty begins performing concerts under the protection of Los Pollos Hermanos, granted this right by Gustavo Fring himself. Mike Ehrmantraut is sent to every concert to watch for suspicious activity.
The chainsaw fiends turning out to be massive windmills all leads to them being brutally murdered by Don Quixote. Don Quixote then becomes obsessed with Loaded Diaper. God help us all.
Sorry, it's Don Quixote?
That's what he said.
Yeah, I said Don Quixote. I said
That's
Don
how you pronounce
Quixote,
it?
dumb fuck. Don Quixote, yeah.
I
thought it was Don Quixote.
No, you dumb shit. He's Spanish. It's Don Quixote.
I thought he was a One Piece character.
What's up?
Dude, I swear to God, there's a character in One Piece called Don Quixote Doflamingo or some shit like that.
What?
I promise he. I am not kidding.
No. No, he was I think it was the first like modern novel. He was a real character written by a Spanish guy.
What do you mean a real character?
He's a real character. He's not one of those fake characters.
He existed before this. Like before AOL.
Before One Piece.
Before One Piece.
I mean, that's just kind of when media changed forever, so we have to use that as a measuring tool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Before One Piece, after One Piece.
It's like fucking before. It's like fucking BC and AD.
But instead of Christ, it's One Piece.
One Piece was my Jesus
God.
Christ. Is One Piece manga better than the Bible?
What we should do like a genuine literary analysis on like One Piece versus the Bible. I think.
I mean, in terms of being enjoyable, One Piece is probably better.
Yeah, I'd say that.
Like no one reads the fucking Bible, so like, it's like entertainment.
For spiritual enlightenment, I guess.
Yeah.
But that's not like entertainment.
Because they're trying to, because Jesus said shit and they want to know what Jesus said.
This is true. Okay, now LBPA is having some computer problems.
Okay, he's back.
Hello?
Hi, sorry, my computer was having an ulcer.
As happens. Metal.
Where were we at?
I think we're at Ice Golem 3805. No, I think we finished Don Quixote.
That was what I was meaning. Yeah, but
Okay.
whatever. Ice Golem 3805 calls a meeting in Ohio 3. Oh man, I remember when he was called 3805. Calls a meeting in Ohio 3 to discuss the matter of Slurperia. He argues that despite the previous alliance between Carcass Fucker and Ohio 2, Ohio 3 should not even consider working with the Slurperia now, due to the sheer amount of lines they're willing to cross. That's crazy.
John Ohio agrees with this, especially since all the people fleeing from Slurperia is giving him a lot of new taxpayers, and they wouldn't have a reason to flee Ohio 3 if it was part of the Slurperia.
I mean, technically, they wouldn't have to be part of it, but whatever.
Yeah, because Stellafolium is getting immigrants from the Scottish Empire, so
I love how Slurperia is just so unequivocally awful. Even like all these fucking evil people are just like, nah, we don't associate with those guys.
Like John Ohio, Skarkle, like Sean Marshall, all of them.
Like a literal fascist is like has the moral high ground against him.
Like genocidal.
Fucking Duncan Galloway has more principles than Lickvold.
Genocidal corporate warlord has the moral high grounds against the Lickvolds.
This is like what Warhammer 40k is like?
I don't know, probably.
Honestly, this might like eke out being worse than 40k.
LBP, you mentioned.
I will take that.
You mentioned the possibility. LVP, you mentioned the possibility of AULP and no, it were one event later on to play out differently. Honestly, I think this fits the description in and of itself.
Yeah, AUL almost was TNO for a while.
Yeah.
This is basically just TNO, but worse.
But worse is crazy.
Man in the fucking Space Needle.
As such, 3805 announces that immigration into Ohio 3 is more than welcome.
Not that it wasn't already. Immigrate to Ohio 3.
Not that immigration wasn't unwelcome already. Or it wasn't. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's pretty easy for the Ice Golem immigration officers to tell who the Imperial spies or the Slurperian spies are, given that they're all horrifically deformed.
Slurperians then decide to send gore crows with massive eyes to reconnoiter Ohio 3 from the skies.
However, Ohio 3's skies are protected by zombie drones.
At some point, Galloway's second-in-command, a man by the name of Peter Cormac, organizes a bunch of soldiers and high-ranking politicians into a plot and attempts to seize control of the Scottish Empire from under Galloway's nose. Cormac declares a coup and tries to undo all the terrible laws Galloway has put in place.
Yo, it's this part. Let's fucking go. It's the funny line.
If Galloway is Himmler, then Cormac is like Bert Erickson or something. in the context of TNO, I
Cormac
think.
is
Man,
like
I
the
really need to
Reinhard
play
Heydrich of
TNO at some point. Someone told me
I
that
think
TNO
Cormac-
is apparently removing Burgundy because it wants more realism, which is tragic.
What the hell, man? What the fuck?
I mean, I think Burgundy is already like toned down from what it originally was.
Yeah, but still, that's lame.
Burgundy is like, it's a fucking funny country.
It's iconic. Come on.
Yeah, it's iconic. It's like, what if we took
Yeah,
Nazism and made it even worse?
you know,
I mean,
the
overreacting
whole
like
theme.
fascists don't do incredibly ridiculous shit like that.
You know, the whole theme, Burgundian lullaby. You know.
Oh yeah. You know that song's actually based on like an actual. It's actually like an actual like SS march song.
Yeah, I believe it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't think you've completed the lines here, LVP.
Oh. Okay. They must. Cormac coup people must cross the bridge to get to the presidential palace. However, Rathfoot stands alone on the bridge, clutching his battle axe.
It doesn't take long for thousands upon thousands of civilians to form a protective blockade around Cormac and his associates, as almost everyone is on his side. I like how they all spawn, like the coup spawns outside the presidential palace and not in it, like despite the fact that there are government officials involved.
That sounds like a Hoi 4 coup to me.
True.
Before Civil War.
Yeah.
Rathfoot
It's not even
delivers
an
a speech.
ideological civil war. It's just everyone fucking hates you that much.
I mean, it is kind of ideological. It's we don't want this guy fucking lunaticism running the country.
True.
Betrayers hear me, for I give you two options. One, you turn around, forget your silly tirade, and live your miserable lives to their natural conclusion. Second, you attempt to cross this bridge and die by my hand. You have 5 minutes.
Cormac urges his followers to step aside so he can face down Rathfoot and respond. I love how they're doing speeches in the middle of a coup attempt.
Yeah.
There's priorities, okay? There's priorities.
Of course.
Yeah, you know.
We're all... I'm trying to say this in a Scottish accent. We're all going to die one way or another with what's happening to this damn country. If it's gonna be here, so be it. At that, the insurrectionists surge forward, and needless to say, a horde of angry Scottish people is a force to be reckoned with.
Rathfoot hefts his axe and replies, the gore slurper provides this day. He then begins masterfully cutting down the insurgents. They're on a bridge, so the horde is bottlenecked and unable to use their numbers to their advantage.
People start trying to climb over Rathfoot by stacking on top of each other somehow.
This doesn't work as his axe has sufficient reach to cut down the stacks. The people on top of the stacks fall onto their comrades, slowing the tide of Scots and giving Rathfoot an easier time.
The Scots simply continue to suicidally throw themselves against Rathfoot until there are none left.
Imagine witnessing this.
I believe it's canon that H-Bomber guy made like a video essay that's like several hours long, going over all of the strategic mistakes in this coup.
I think that's like in a few lines from now, like after the whole.
Yeah. Cormac gets on a helicopter and tries to sneak over Rathfoot while this is going on, so he and his top co-conspirators can reach the Imperial Palace. I still love how no one in the palace was in on this.
I think a couple people. Rathfoot chucks an axe at the helicopter, disabling the rotor and causing it to crash.
Cormac is able to
refuses to use any sort of modern weapon. He's just like fucking medieval
He's
ass
like
motherfucker.
fucking Virgil from Devil May Cry.
He only needs medieval weapons, is the thing.
True. Cormac is able to jump out at the last moment, being the sole survivor. He rushes into the palace, and the guards who side with him over Galloway simply let him in. Okay, I guess there were some on his side.
Get this fucking guy out of here. I can never look at a child the same way again.
The fucking Russian roulette corpses have just completely fucked them over. He finds Galloway in the throne room and confronts him, cussing him out. Galloway explains to him that there is no way to resist the will of the Gore Slurper. His efforts are futile.
Yo, it's the line, let's go. Vespa figures Galloway can deal with that himself and looks at the giant mound of corpses he's made.
I would have been killed. You should have taken death over cowardice, Peter argues. Besides, it's either the Gore Slurper kills you, or I do. That's kind of a raw line.
Perfect. Rafford
begins walking into the palace.
Customer.
It being in like a fucking Scottish accent made it so much fucking better.
Yeah.
The Scottish accent just adds to the absurdity in just like a perfect way.
Do you need to send the director's cut? I'm so serious.
I am.
The director's cut is going to be like 30% longer than the version.
I'm just going to like cut so much out of the final cut, and I'm just going to be like, guys, trust me, some of the content is just way too disturbing.
For warning, everything.
It's just a trigger warnings list, and then like it's just a web link to like a list of every single trigger warning that's ever been made.
The trigger warning is longer than the video. Oh my god!
Did you read the Rafford line?
This has to be like the top 5 out of context lines in AUL.
I agree.
That's what begins walking.
You can't kill me, Galloway argues. I have power beyond your comprehension. I empathize with your cause, Peter. I really do. But there is no hope for it. I suggest you get back in line before it's too late. I like how it's canon that even Galloway hates Galloway.
Yeah.
He's literally saying, I empathize with you. Like, he's literally saying, I empathize with your cause to a coup plotter.
like even he hates what he's doing. Like, he doesn't even want to be here anymore.
I suggest you get back in line before it's too late. Cormac begins laughing. You fool! You moron! You're not accounting for my ace card! Cormac proceeds to show Galloway a meme where Galloway is portrayed as a sewage egg and Cormac is portrayed as a Chad, which unironically is an appropriate use of that meme. Like one of the rare moments. Galloway immediately recoils.
Rafa's just casually strolling through the halls towards the throne room.
Galloway's power begins leaking as the shame from the meme begins to consume him. But then shoots the meme with a lightning bolt, evaporating the paper and destroying it. Cormac is knocked to the edge of the room.
On a paper.
No.
No. He took the effort to fucking print it out.
I told you, Galloway declares as his power restabilized. There is no hope for your cause. Cormac says, well, I guess a bomb is the next best thing. Wait, what? Galloway begins before Cormac reaches into his pocket and presses a button linked to a device, only for the device to fail. Cormac, confused, begins furiously spamming the buttons. Sorry, furiously spamming the singular button. You see, Peter. I don't know why I dropped the Scottish accent for that. You see, Peter. I always figured something like this would happen, Galloway says. I know people all over the British Isles hate me. A coup attempt like this was a while in the making, really. So in order to prepare, I secretly swapped out every bomb in Scotland with toys. How did I do it? The power of the Gore Slurper, simply. And so, there we have it. I remember when he could just, we just let characters do shit.
Yeah.
I mean, it still happens sometimes. It's just less.
Yeah, true.
But still, AUL manages to be just as absurd as this.
Sometimes more.
It's changed so much that somehow it just keeps that level of absurdity.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so, there we have it. You tried your best, and yet you failed. Cormac takes all this in, shocked and distraught. Fuck it. He then takes a gun and tries to shoot himself on the spot, only for the gun to also fail. I did the same thing with guns, by the way, Galloway adds. Reminder that he made a law that you have to have multiple ridiculous guns, and then he just disabled all the guns, I guess. Cormac simply responds with a deadpan expression. Like, he's so fucking done at this point. Like, he's literally tried 3 fail-safes, and all of them have failed because bullshit. This is like that one Reddit story.
What the hell?
I was just listening to a Smosh Reads Reddit Stories video before this. There was this one story where, like, a DM kept, like, to punish a player for failing to show up for a session, just kept doing a roll where, like, a random bird kept attacking them on low health, and the in-story explanation was the bird hates you.
It's real.
That's what this feels like to me.
Rathfoot suddenly barges into the room, coated from head to toe in so much gore and entrails the man beneath can hardly be seen.
I won't kill you, Peter, Galloway promises. But he probably will. Cormac, shaking his head, accepts his fate. May God fuck you, he says, giving Galloway and Rathfoot a final middle finger. Fun fact, apparently this is an actual saying in Serbia. Like in Serbia.
I
Like,
think
they say this.
Cormac's secretly
Yeah,
Serbian.
They say may God fuck you to people who, if they do something really stupid. Like, Rathfoot swings his axe into Cormac's stomach. Sorry, shit. What? Why did I read that? I feel like this is breaking my brain.
Rathfoot swings his axe into Cormac's stomach and begins dragging him all over the place. When he gets bored, he cuts off Cormac's head and offers it to Galloway.
It's all yours, Galloway tells him. Once news of Cormac's death and the failure of the coup attempt gets out to the Scottish public, depression rates skyrocket. Cormac becomes a martyr in a sense, but it's also very hard for any of the Scots to maintain hope along with the other British people living under the Scottish Empire.
Rathfoot gets a pay raise of £4 for his meritorious service.
Suicide rates go up alongside execution rates, dropping the British Isles population even further.
No.
Rathfoot suggests child marriage.
Eventually, Galloway introduces government-mandated orgies in order to mass-produce new children.
Keep getting worse. Rathfoot elucidates this isn't exactly what he meant, but it works anyway.
It keeps getting worse.
This has the unintended consequence of many people simply killing themselves or getting themselves executed by breaking the law in order to not get involved. It does ultimately produce more children, though.
Rathfoot begins lacing all the rations with cracks, so the more citizens are more willing to participate in the orgy.
I feel like that constitutes...
Imagine being a Scottish citizen and your ration is just crack.
Can't get over that.
They want to pull up to the fucking government mandated crack field orgy.
Oh my god.
This is for the good of the country, guys.
This is for the...
This is like what an Elon Musk-led country would do.
Real.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's accurate. The loan sharks somehow repossess the crack for scientific reasons.
I like how there's a somehow there, as if that's like the least normal thing a loan shark has done.
Yeah.
Los Pollos Hermanos.
Not like a regularly demonstrated ability of the loan shark.
Los Pollos Hermanos begin smuggling meth into the British Isles to counteract the remaining crack.
I don't know how that would counteract it. I feel like that would just make it worse.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess it overpowers it.
Rathfoot pulls out his auxiliary crack.
Auxiliary crack. They then immediately do every line of crack.
Like, yo, dog, that's the honest crack. Shit, man, I'm on my off shit. This shit's ass.
And the loan sharks immediately do every line of crack. Holy shit.
This does not affect Ratwood.
Oh my god.
One shark gets so high that they accidentally repossess themselves.
This creates a wormhole to the repossession repository.
I like how this happened again in the future and nothing like that happened.
Yeah.
The
X
sharks
Factor.
also decide to hold a rave.
Yo, they
Yeah, why
copied the
not?
Bobbit worm.
True.
I mean, why not, you know?
Wrathfoot uses his accumulated quid to buy materials to forge himself a better axe than the one he was using, as he was using one he stole from a fire station. The old
As you
one is
do.
sold on auction for 77 billion quid to Galloway's ludicrous gun supplier. Half the proceeds go to Galloway, a quarter to Galloway's various other suppliers, an eighth to the emergency Sheboygan refund, a 16th to the upper classes' stimulus check, a 32nd to the infrastructure workers, a 64th to Allah, 128th to Galloway's 94th cousin thrice removed in Carcassia, Uncan Alloway, a 256th to the
Alloway.
Arkansas government, a 512th to Wyatt Maggot, and the remainder to Rathfoot. This means Redfoot earns 150,390,625 quid out of 77 billion. However, the currency is so inflated, this only equates to roughly 304 quid.
Hey, you
Redfoot
might
is
think about
quite
dinner
livid
real
when he
quick.
receives a check for not even a percent of what the axe was sold for. He storms into Galloway's throne room and demands he be paid in the proper amount or he will quit and go to Carcass Land, where he's originally from. Meanwhile,
I love
LBW
how
meets with
more
Sean
money
Marshall
was given to the Arkansas government and Wyatt Maggot than fucking.
Arkansas government.
What's funny is that the Arkansas government doesn't even exist in this.
It's just
maybe in
Stellafolium, right?
Stellafolium. I mean, I guess they might
If
have
they
I
state
guess,
have
I guess
government
states.
if
still.
it's still like a state within Stellafolium.
Yeah. I'm gonna go grab
Yeah, I
dinner
guess
real
that
quick,
makes
hang on.
sense. All right.
Meanwhile, LBW meets with Sean Marshall in private and proposes creating a pathogen to turn Stellafoliumese soldiers into goreworms.
Sean states that his soldiers are off limits, but asks if the pathogen will work on regular worms.
LBW says that it likely would, but he has no access to regular bobbit worms since they all went to space.
Sean explains that he just meant worms in general. He then orders his troops to ship containers of common earthworms over to LBW.
But they just fucking have that.
Yeah, why
It's
not?
like, yeah, guys, pull out the fucking earthworms. LBW needs them. Imagine trying to fucking talk to LBW with this long ass fucking neck.
No, right? It's not even a call. It's just they're in a private meeting.
They're just in the same fucking room. LBW's neck probably takes up half the room.
True.
Like in the fight in fucking Novoxy, it's just half of his weapons is just his fucking neck.
Yeah, right. Oh, the Vachi's gonna be really fun to reread.
Oh yeah, that was wild.
See, I was thinking of rereading it, but we should maybe wait until we get to that point in the read aloud videos.
Yeah. I'm just glad there haven't been any Lickfold lines yet.
God.
I'm like seriously debating in my head whether to do my Lickfold voice or not. I'm probably not going to.
I think you still have more lines here.
Oh yeah. LBW decides to try it on earthworms. It ends up working. The new goreworms genuflect before their master. They are, however, quite small. LBW deems this acceptable and says they'll probably grow.
One goreworm suggests throwing them in bathtubs so they expand like those inflatable dinosaur toys.
LBW throws all the goreworms into a comically large tub full of blood. They begin to grow.
The gore slurper chugs the Fortnite gore jug. For some reason.
This increases its power. Meanwhile, Ratwood is rather virulently asking that Galloway give him the appropriate sum for his axe, or he'll defect to Carcass Land.
Galloway
I like how
obliges.
this is what like puts Rashford over the edge.
Yeah, no, all the terrible laws.
Not the crack, not the government mandated orgies. The stupid fucking fire station acts is what.
No. Oh god. Galloway obliges.
Rashford, now up 75 billion quid, decides to spend it all purchasing the very best gear money can buy.
However, he is scammed by a loan shark and instead ends up purchasing fake Jordans.
Rashford shrugs and decides he's content with what he has. Mine is the fake Jordans, which he casts into the sea. However, the core slipper bequeaths unto him an enchanted bardiche that summons the life energies from those it slays and feeds them into Wrathfoot, making him stronger with every kill. Yeah, remember when Wrathfoot was fucking Howard Slane?
Wait, really? That's crazy.
I completely fucking forgot about this.
Maybe it could be explained by the fact that, like, well, actually, I don't want to spoil what happens for the listener.
Oh yeah. Not knowing what to do with the axe he just spent the past week forging, he gives it to Galloway as a gift.
H-Bomber guy. Okay, here we go. I was mentioning this before. H-Bomber guy who fled to Los Pollos Hermanos upon the Gore Slurper's victory uploads a 7-hour-long video essay on the mistakes made in the attempted Scottish insurrection, mainly critiquing the insurrectionists' inability to simply blow up the bridge from afar, rather than all throwing themselves at Rathfoot, who was much stronger than them, arguing that in order to free the United Kingdom from Galloway's reign, much better tactics and strategies should be employed in the future. The funny thing about this running gag of H-Bomber guy making the video essays is that the first time it happened, I think it was a 5-hour video essay. That was before plagiarism in YouTube came out, which ended up being about 4 hours. So I was unironically not even far off. He hasn't uploaded the 7-hour one yet, but given the fact that there hasn't been a video since December of 2023, he's probably working on something like that.
Yeah, he's working on a video essay on Gore Slurper's takeover of the UK.
That'd be fire, honestly.
Yeah, probably.
The video essay is promptly removed from YouTube due to a copyright strike.
It turns out that this is actually Galloway manhandling the DMCA system.
Damn.
Rashford begins walking in circles around the Capitol Palace. Nobody knows why.
W.
Meanwhile,
Rathfoot has the
massive Rashford
zoomies.
factories begin construction is getting real. He's just stimming, guys.
Yeah. He's so autistic.
He was just stinging when he was killing all those
He's
Koopas.
simply neurodivergent.
He's neurodivergent.
True. Yeah, all those axe swings were just stems.
Yeah, exactly. That's just how he lets off some steam, you know. I would know.
He's just relaxing after a long day.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Also, you still have a line here.
Right. Meanwhile, massive
begins.
earthworm factories begin construction in Scandinavia.
Damn.
H-Bomber guy fights to get his video back up over the course of the next several weeks. Eventually, YouTube CEO Neil Mohan declares that he will rule in favor of whoever decides to promote NFTs first, which H-Bomber guy will not do out of principle.
H-Bomber guy starts seeing a figure in his peripheral vision that looks suspiciously like Ratfoot.
I don't remember anything, and absolutely nothing came of this, by the way. So my headcanon is just that a random Ratfoot adjacent person just showed up in his vision and did nothing.
Shadow.
It's just like that one fucking SDP with the app that like makes you hallucinate and shit.
God.
Since he doesn't promote NFTs, YouTube keeps H-Bomber guy's video down.
Susan Wojcik Sissy winds up mysteriously dead.
Nobody really cares.
I like how this was made before Susan Wojcicki like actually fucking died in real life, like last year.
Wait, really? Goddamn.
Yeah, she died in like August of 2024 from like cancer.
First I've heard about it.
Many people on YouTube migrate to a new site called Free TV, where H Bomber Guy re-uploads his video.
Unfortunately, the CEO of Free TV is a gore slurper instead, thus strikes H Bomber Guy's video.
That feels
Small
like a crazy
problem.
conflict of interest.
Yeah,
Free
just
TV,
a
however,
little.
which is meant to be a platform free of gore slurperist influence, has values that contradict what the CEO has done. Ergo, complaints are raised quickly. The board of directors, who are staunchly anti-gore slurper, respond to these complaints by ousting and replacing the CEO, restoring the video in the process.
Free TV is promptly banned in all gore slurpers territory.
Literally 1984.
True.
Except like way
Alloway
later.
also bans it out of spite. It has nothing to do with him. He just bans it out of spite.
Yeah. Just for funsies.
I fucking hate you, Free TV. Free TV.
I guess
pissed
it
on my
does host the one video essay that like critiques the people who tried to coup him.
Yeah.
Free TV is replaced with Gore TV, a streaming service that allows instructional videos on various forms of killing, torture, martial arts, and gore slurpers rituals. It also
What the
hosts
hell?
entertainment videos about these subjects.
Investigators discover various threatening letters sent to Susan by an unknown person, one of whom demands of adding NFT integration to YouTube. People immediately connect this to Neil Mohan.
I love how Gamma was trying to set up like Neil Mohan being like a murdering Susan, even though like at this point Susan already stepped down from being the CEO, so like he had literally nothing to gain from that.
Just for funsies.
The law throws beans at Neil Mohan.
One of the letters was telling Susan to step down as CEO, despite already having done so, and let Neil Mohan take over where she would be assassinated.
By the way, this is all.
A little
I should say this is parody so that the actual Neil Mohan doesn't fucking sue us for slander, because no, I don't actually believe he conspired to have Susan, which Kiki killed. I don't think I should have to specify this.
Neil Mohan did not.
I think the assassin might be a little chronologically confused.
True. Also, for the record, I have no current suicidal ideation or intent to end my life.
Yet.
What the fuck sort of response is
because
that?
That's because you don't live in the Scottish Empire.
True.
Yeah, that might change your minds.
Anyway, Neil Mohan denies all
really.
responsibility for Susan's death and claims that whoever did this must have been a lone actor. I mean, if he did it, he would also be a lone actor, technically.
Yeah, probably.
Wyatt Maggot releases a statement saying Susan ate cacti and thus died of testicular dysentery.
This statement is considered inadmissible. This statement is considered inadmissible in court, as it is clearly stupid. I love that reason so much.
LBW then admits to killing Susan.
Neil's defense team immediately makes up a story to go along with this, claiming that Neil was framed.
LBW just goes along with this story, saying that he just framed Neil to see how long it would take to figure him out.
Player shit.
I think we could ignore the parentheses message.
Okay.
Or we can end it on the Technoblade plans to go to war with those Pollos at home.
I said we can. I just said we could ignore the parentheses message that Gamma sent.
Oh, I thought you said ended.
No. Oh. No, I can keep going for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Okay. LBW then calls the judge and jury incompetent for not figuring out the very straightforward murder sooner.
A YouTube whistleblower testifies against Neil in court, claiming he has ties to the Bored Ape crime family and leaking secret emails that prove this fact.
What the
The
hell?
emails are doctored so that they appear to be sent to Goreworm ambassadors in Norway.
Fun fact, I don't think this plot point was ever concluded. Like, this trial
No,
might still
it
be
was not.
ongoing.
LBW was just being a hater.
True.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Lickvold plans to go to war with Los Pollos Hermanos. He meets with
Oh,
Sean
shit.
Marshall and brings along William because everyone
We're
forgot
getting a
he
war in
existed
here.
for some reason.
Okay.
So finally, like the fifth Carcass War. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot that William got revived around this time. That was a moment.
Other Gore
writers-
Surfers leaders attend the meeting as
Oh,
well.
sorry. The writers remind Lickvold that William hasn't been revived yet.
Lickvold protests that the giant revival ritual should have revived him.
The writers point out
writers-
that he forgot the sugar.
Lickvold, sorry, my
pours
bad.
a bunch of
I'm
sugar on the
confused at what to
ground,
read.
somehow reviving William.
William awakes to see Lickvold standing before him. Huh? It's you. What's going on?
Lickvold has LBW fill William in on everything he missed.
So you
Lickvold's
revived
such a
me.
hater. He doesn't even bother to say it himself.
I am once again in the living world.
Lickvold nods.
Kill me again for the love of God. I don't want to be here. I was having a great time in the afterlife without Whitney bothering me. Put me the fuck back. William begs and pleads, pounding the ground in action.
So he won't be bothered.
I think you cut off. Yeah.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
Where did I cut off?
The first part of your sentence
we
got
only
lost.
We only heard, so he won't be bothered.
Oh. A Goreworm accountant says that Whitney now has a robot William, so he won't be bothered.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
William pauses. All right, well, that's good. William proceeds to attend the meeting as planned.
That was resolved quickly.
And to Whitney's credit, I actually think she stuck to this. Like, I don't think she bothered him again after this.
Lickvold discusses a strategy in which Carcasses and Stellafoliumese troops assault Los Pollos Hermanos from the north, while a contingent of Goreworms and all the other Gore Surface forces attack.
I love how you always come up with like the stupidest demonyms ever, even when the official ones are different. Like, it's supposed to be Stellafolian.
We can't forget about Manchukuite.
Manchukuite. I think it's a nice trend. I like it.
In my defense, okay, I did not actually know what Manchukuo was when I came up with that.
You're a Hoi 4 player. What the hell?
I didn't play Hoi 4 at the time.
But they all
that makes sense.
Like the moment I fucking booted up Hoi 4, I was like, oh, that's what that is.
That makes sense. Sean says that although he likes the idea somewhat, he's concerned about the risk of potentially starting a war with Ohio 3, who is still allied with Los Pollos Hermanos.
Lickvold reminds Sean that the Gore Surfers have ice golems of their own, or rather one very insane and very powerful ice golem.
Galloway, in a drunken state, says that Los Pollos Hermanos and Ohio 3 have no chance of stopping them. He has, of course, been drinking to cope with his guilt from having to follow the Gore Slurper's orders.
I mean, that's at least
in this case, the
understandable.
the Goral Slurper's orders.
Holy shit, the Goral Surfer.
That's crazy.
I mean, if there's anything that you can like acceptably drink to cope with, I think Galloway earned it.
True.
LBW suddenly bites Galloway's arms and slurps the alcohol from his system.
Galloway proceeds to treat the bite wound with more alcohol.
Fortunately, it is quick evaporating alcohol, so it doesn't actually enter his system.
Yeah, whatever the fuck that is.
I don't know, like rubbing alcohol. You know how that shit, you rub that shit.
Yeah, I guess.
Strong?
Meanwhile, Johannes Carcassstoffer offers to send his Carcassian regiment to the Stellafolian Hermanian front.
Lickvold accepts his offer as the Carcassian regiment is the finest and only Carcass regiment. Because at this point, it was the Carcass Horde, I think.
Yeah, I think it was the Carcass Sword.
One second.
I'm just going to read Lobato's line for you. The zombie drone spying on the meeting says, I think we should fight them exclusively using rubber pizza cutters in a very convincing Lightfold impression. It's so funny because he would never say that in a million years. It's so convincing that when Ligfold disagrees, everyone else thinks he's an impersonator.
LBW retorts that he was looking at Lickfold when he spoke, and his mouth did not move.
Okay, I'm back.
Galloway, who
Okay.
has somehow become drunk again, suggests that Lickfold and LBW are both imposters and should be voted out.
Lickfold sighs
dear.
as Galloway is escorted out of the meeting as he isn't contributing anything.
Sean states that he'll begin preparing for the war immediately.
Lickfold nods, and all the Gore Slurpers leaders file out.
Meanwhile, once the zombie drone has reported back to Ohio 3, 3805 suggests warning Gus Fring of the Gore Slurpers' plans.
The Gore Slurper spy drone in the corner adds, just kidding, in a spot-on 3805 impression.
However, this was a trick, as 3805 was actually playing a TTS voice while holding up the suggestion with a flip card. The Gore Slurper spy drone accidentally identified itself by falling right into 3805's trap. This causes several nearby ice golems to smash it to pieces.
John Ohio then sends a zombie drone to warn Gus Fring of the Gore Slurper's plan.
The Gore Crow is deployed to wherever the sorry, that's your line. My bad.
Holy shit. Okay. The Gore Crows deployed to reconnoiter Ohio 3's movements, see the drone and intercept it.
Fun fact: I don't think I've ever heard the word reconnoiter anywhere else.
It's just like the verb form of reconnaissance.
Makes sense.
The drone self-destructs on the Gore Crows in one final act of defiance.
The survivors deem this metal.
John Ohio then remembers that phones exist and just calls Gus to tell him about the Gore Slurper's plans.
Unfortunately, the ghost that causes your phone to not work possesses John Ohio at the exact moment he tries to contact Gus.
Instead, he just has a nice golden call Gus for him while the ghost is still busy possessing him.
As soon as Gus learns of the plans, he takes measures immediately. Stellafolian troops are already lining up on the Hermanian border. Gus starts prepping his cartel members for war and creates an eastern army to defend the border in the east, as well as a western army to defend the border in the west. Making sure to attack his army.
I wonder if there's a northern army and a southern army too.
True. Making sure to stack his army with the best of the best, he assigns Mike Ehrmantraut as a general of the western army and Tyrus Kitt as a general of the eastern army. Gus also contacts... Sorry, what?
It's just mobbing forces as generals.
Yeah, why not, right? Gus also contacts John Ohio once the ghost is gone and asks for Geist golems to reinforce the border.
John Ohio obliges.
The Gore Slurper's forces begin amassing on giant boats and battle blimps. The giant battle shrines begin slowly walking across the ocean towards Los Pollos Hermanos.
I attempt to scam John Ohio in the middle of the battle. This fails because the battle hasn't started yet.
Ironic is clubbed for improper formatting, like Gamma didn't do it a while ago. Ironic was his money as a result of it being a crypto scam.
Well, that's kind of ironic. Laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji. My joke makes everyone get debuffed with cringeness 4.
Well, harnesses the condensed power of the sun and shines it directly into Ironic's retinas.
Ironic dies of exposure to sunlight because I have no life.
Do we just ignore the parentheses?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, massive swarms of explosive javelin drones designed to stick into a target and blow up, presented to Los Pollos Hermanos via cannons. The fucking shit Scorperia just comes up with.
No, right?
I remember one time when they had fucking nuclear reactors on warships in case someone tried to blow them up close by or something. It was.
I mean, they have nuclear-powered
insane.
submarines. Why not a nuclear-powered battleship?
Not
Well, they're
a
already aren't
nuclear
nuclear submarines
reactor.
something that the U.S. has?
Not
I mean,
a battleship.
I mean, they could have it on. What's stopping them from having it on a battleship?
I don't know.
I
I
don't
don't know,
think it
man.
would make a lot of
That's fucking
logistical sense.
insane. That's fucking insane.
I don't think that stops them. But
Like, if you
the
can
real
have it in a
question
fucking
is it
submarine,
metal?
why can't you have it in a battleship?
I mean,
The thing is
subs
that
are designed to avoid getting killed. You know, battleships, you have to be like careful with them. It would be really bad if a battleship was a nuclear reactor on it were to sink, whereas that's less likely with a sub. I feel
yeah,
like,
and the subs are
Well,
also
they don't
so
do
far
shit. The
underwater
carcass.
already.
yeah, I know.
Los Pollos Hermanos deploys interceptors to destroy as many drones as possible. At the same time, Gus reaches out to the loan sharks and asks for help patrolling the seas around his nation so they can be defended from the gore slurperists. In exchange for loan shark assistance, Gus offers free meth. While he's waiting for the loan sharks to respond, Gus prepares for the worst. In the build-up to the invasion, he also commands his troops to build fake bases to mislead and confuse as many invading drones as possible. These bases are rigged to explode at the push of a button from afar whenever drones enter. With these fake bases now fully operational, Gus prepares for the onslaught. I guess Gus has first-hand experience with explosions, so of course he's going to try that.
I suppose
Yeah,
so. Yeah.
okay. Yeah, he's really come, face to face with these kind of things before.
Yeah.
Very true.
Massive cages full of horribly mutated, cybernetically enhanced carcasses are airdropped into Los Pollos Hermanos.
Most of them end up dying from various genetic disorders before they can do any harm.
Of the survivors, some are picked off by Hermanian forces using rocket launchers as regular guns are completely useless. Landmines turn out to be an even more effective weapon against the carcasses, as they can be lured to the landmines and caught off guard as the landmines are detonated from nearby.
Imagine being a soldier in a war and seeing fucking paratroopers drop onto you. But then you just watch them die of fucking sickle cell, right before your eyes.
They just vomit their guts out and then collapse on the spot.
Crows are deployed to pick off the Hermanian snipers.
Gus requests a swarm of zombie drones from Ohio 3 to counter their efforts.
This proves unnecessary, as it turns out that shooting down birds is a pretty effective use of sniper rifles.
This
Shooting down
only
birds
works
is
on
not
the
an
weaker
effective
gore
use of
crows,
a sniper
however.
rifle. It would be
This only
hard
works.
fucking press to shoot down a bird with a sniper rifle.
This only works on the weaker gore crows, however, as some are mutated to be significantly more agile.
The gore crows are aided by explosive javelin drones, which manage to destroy a good amount of Hermanian light armor.
Garkle accepts Gus's deal and immediately replaces all of the air above the sea with tungsten meltingly hot chocolate.
I like how this supposedly... I like how there's just no concern for the ecological consequences of this.
Well, I mean, it is,
how can you make this,
know?
How can this world get any worse, honestly?
It's a good question. Dude, we should try running like a D&D campaign that takes place in AUL.
We totally should.
A D&D campaign just in fucking the Scottish Empire.
It's so awful.
No. Have horns. The requested zombie drones are sent with some slight delay due to Ohio 3's dramatic effects policy.
Due to Skarkle's failure to specify which sea to move, the Red Sea is suddenly flooded with incredibly hot chocolate.
However, since the chocolate is so hot, tons of it ends up turning into gas. The gas spreads across the entire planet, leading to several ecological disasters.
This proves to be disastrous for the stock market.
The metalness of the event bolsters carcass morale.
I like how this implies there's still an active stock market.
It does not bolster their lungs, however. It unbolsters them.
It's probably like
These
Cruelty
ecolo-
Squad, where the stock market is just like fucking organs and shit.
Yeah.
These ecological disasters would make logistics difficult for Slurperia, if Slurperia cared about logistics in the first place. As such, this really only affects Stellifolium, whose troop movements to the border are heavily disrupted.
I feel like Cruelty Squad could just be like set in fucking the Scottish Empire.
Well, I mean, with a
Yeah,
name like
probably.
that, surely.
The Imperium of Gore is renamed to Slurperia as it's shorter and has a better ring to it.
There we
It's almost
go.
like we haven't been calling it that for like the entire fucking video.
I know, right?
True.
John Ohio learns to make ice golems out of hot chocolate. The loan sharks have a vacuum first to keep the gas out of Los Pollos Hermanos while also jet blasting it at potential attackers. I kind of find it funny how like in like the earlier phases of the war, the loan sharks in Ohio 3 were tangentially like allied, because they were both allied with Los Pollos Hermanos, and they were fighting on the same sides,
Mike
like
Ehrmantraut, who
against
has
like the
more
same threat.
Mike Ehrmantraut, who was more prepared for a situation like this, along with his troops, who are used to harsh climate, orders his army to push forward, launching a devastating offensive against Stellifolium while they're suffering from a lack of proper logistics and supply issues.
Telephone when the Squid Game challenge is to do literally fucking anything useful.
That's true.
The carcasses respond by using giant fire hoses to fire hydrofluoric acid over the Hermanian defenses.
I'd point out that probably a war crime, but I don't think that they give a shit.
Does that even matter anymore?
I
The
don't.
corpus
Are you going to convict them?
I don't think the
To be
carcasses
honest, I
ever
think
signed the Geneva Convention.
I think international law has kind of been abolished. I'm not. I'm going to be honest.
I think A put it best. That the carcasses like moral stance is perpendicular to the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights.
I thought that was the song you did that, but
The
yeah,
UN would
that's
do one of those like
super
all-encompassing condemnations.
banned from
Sean
free
Marshall
ham
starts
sandwich.
panicking. Hermanian units are all accompanied by at least one skilled chemist, so strategies to counter the hydrofluoric acid are quickly devised.
Goreworms begin burrowing under the Hermanians and snatching them up from below.
Meanwhile, Ohio 3 also launches a devastating offensive of their own against Stellifolium.
Some goreworms, unfortunately, burrow directly into Hermanian meth labs, where they are promptly melted with chemicals via group ambush.
This causes them to violently explode into Slurper essence, causing either death or catatonia-inducing visions in those nearby the explosion.
The acid starts getting sucked into the vacuums and jet blasted back at the Slurperians.
Colt screams so loud it pushes the acid back.
Sean Marshall
Scream.
Sean Marshall calls his top generals and demands for them to counter Ohio 3's offensive at once. The generals respond by saying they would if they knew where the fuck it was coming from.
Small problem. The acid just kind of sits in the air, like acid rain. Crazy.
Holy shit, Advanced Wars.
Yo.
Oh my god.
Dude, these wars are getting kind of advanced.
It's just like that one Advanced Wars nation, which they miss, which they said was North Vietnam, but it wasn't North Vietnam. You dumb shit. So it was the fucking Viet Cong. It's just like that one. And acid rain, yo.
Technically, their actual name
Holy
was the
shit.
NLF. Okay, what message are we on again?
The carcasses managed.
The carcasses managed to redirect it harmlessly into the ocean.
Skarkle installs vacuums in the ocean that push it right back out.
Sean, now greatly
feels-
panicking, starts flooding the eastern part of the LPH front line with troops, pushing back Tyrus's army. Tyrus, however, allows the Stellifolian troops to advance so that his forces can pick them off via guerrilla tactics.
LBW calls Sean to calm the fuck down and collect himself.
I feel like Sean has fair reason to be concerned.
Yeah.
I mean, but still, it's not going to help him.
True.
Yeah,
Tyrus's army uses insane chemical warfare tactics to devastate the invaders, as opposed to mentally sound chemical warfare tactics.
yeah.
As opposed to emotionally stable chemical warfare.
Yeah, yeah, it's agents, agent like kind of orange as opposed to agent full on orange,
Exactly.
It's Agent Beige.
Yeah.
Agent Beige.
Agent beige. Starkle physically cuts off Sean's supply line with a very large knife. In addition to cutting the landmass itself in half, they can no longer retreat as easily.
Stellafolium's forces have no choice but to take a long moment to band-aid the entire landmass back together before they can resume their operations. This allows Mike's army to continue advancing and Tyrus's army to continue killing off Stellafolians.
The carcasses of the line decide to launch machine gun drones over the Hermanian defenses to gun down as many people as possible before exploding.
The submarines join in and just start firing torpedoes wherever they feel like. A squad of ice golems gets to work trying to rip off the band-aids.
Yeah, the Slurperines are always on their own side.
Yeah. Or the submarines.
Besides the Slurperines, I guess.
8341 is unleashed onto the battlefield, eager to take revenge on his kid.
Stellafolian forces desperately struggle to hold off the ice golems. I like how it still hasn't been specified where they're coming from.
They get a bit of
That's
breathing room.
great, isn't it?
The Stellafolians get a bit of breathing room when 8341 starts distracting the ice golems, allowing the Stellafolium to gun down the golems while their backs are turned.
Skarkle decides to join the fight properly on the side of Los Pollos Hermanos. However, wait, hang on. Sorry, that's Sorperia. Sorperia is an ambush from both.
Damn, I think A was ambushed from above.
Bro was subject to the Lunatic's law that says that your roof must collapse on you.
The fifth law of motion kicked in.
Sorry. Where were we?
There would be an
However,
ambush
they
from
are not
above.
an ambushed line.
Okay, give me a sec. Sorry, I don't know why it keeps doing this. Like, whenever,
Dude, we've been. Do you think the computer is happy with what it's been subjected to tonight?
Well, no, but that's beside the point. The point is it only happens while we're trying to record or we're on stream or whatnot.
Yeah, I get my own sorts of technical issues. Mostly on stream, though.
They are then ambushed from above by zombie drones, dropping some of the new ice combs that were made from the hot chocolate.
Carcasses unveiled the fire golems.
Damn.
I have to go back. Hold on.
Gus Spring personally
I accidentally
offers.
get fucked. I accidentally scrolled back a bit. Gus Fring personally offers Skarkle a free meth deal that won't expire for the next 5 years as a thank you for his assistance.
Skarkle accepts. The vacuum start blasting Stellafolium troops with the hot chocolate fumes.
I like how there's 3 different demonyms for Stellafolium.
Yeah, all of them are legal.
Stellafolium, and then just Stellafolium.
That's just the demonym of I don't really care.
LBW spearheads an army of thousands of goreworms to break through the southern Hermanian defenses.
This operation fails because the southern front line does not exist. Michael the Servant Goreworm reminds LBW that the front lines are at the east and the west.
They then go to the eastern front.
Lone Shark bombers start dropping earthquake in the can trademark over the invaders.
What the fuck?
As
If
as
they have
one
it
does.
inside the can, like, is it even really a problem?
I think it just gets released on impact or some. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the can breaks.
That makes
Yeah.
sense. The gore worms end up flooding into Tyrus's territory.
The carcasses declare the ground they stand on as not part of Earth, making the earthquakes ineffective.
The ground they
God
stand
damn.
on tells the carcasses to fuck off, causing the earthquakes to work again.
The loan sharks start dropping ground quakes in the can just to be safe. 1786 painstakingly reminds everyone for the 16 billionth time that ice domes are actually fireproof as a comical subversion of expectations.
Also known as like the second time.
Yeah.
The carcasses turn the ground they stand on into non-Newtonian fluid.
3805
no.
starts mass killing the fire golems while his explanation from 1786 is distracting the Stellafolians.
The salt golems are unveiled.
The carcasses are in turn left vulnerable to random submarine fire. Random submarine fire related casualties ensue.
Gus asks the submarines whose side they're on.
They just kind of make sonar sound at him before continuing to fire wherever they damn well feel like.
Gus concludes that they're on no one's side.
They're never on anyone's side. It's great. The ice golems retreat before sending in the pretzel golems.
The Slurperines from a long time ago that everyone forgot about re-emerge and begin
Oh
fighting the
god.
submarine.
Oh no.
Oh god. 3805 also deploys his experimental pepper golem army. This causes hundreds of Stellafolian troops to die of sneezing.
It's a shame we're not going to get to the one particular Slurperine.
Not in this recording, no.
The submarines start growing arms and eating the Slurperines whole.
The
Somehow.
Slurperines respond by growing spikes and tearing the submarines apart from inside.
The submarines grow spike-proof internal organs.
Gus reaches out to the submarines again and suggests an alliance since they're already at war with the Slurperines, who are by default allies of Slurperia.
The Slurperines begin eating the internal organs, growing more Slurperines inside the submarines. The carcasses, seeing the opportunity, begin feeding the Slurperian and Hermania dead to the Slurperines, making more Slurperines.
In Slurperia, William begins to raise concerns, worrying that Slurperia has inadvertently ended up at war with multiple large factions at once.
The Lone Shark waterborne vacuum start pulling the Slurperines to the ocean floor, where they become sitting ducks for torpedo fire. And in response to Gus reaching out again, they just make more sonar sounds.
The Slurperines eat the submarines' torpedoes and turn them into Slurperines.
Meanwhile,
What does
Stellafolian's
my brain
morale
tell
is plummeting fast.
Yeah,
Submarines start.
fucking
Yeah,
should
no
be.
shit, huh? It's good. Oh, I hate Stealthflame. All my homies hate Stealthflame.
It's pretty valid.
Petroleum with the
The
Squid Game
submarines,
challenge is to actually be fucking useful.
the submarines start manually rearranging the Slurperines into more submarines.
The Slurperines say no,
To be
undoing the
completely
effect.
fair, Sean Marshall is definitely a more competent leader than Sean Marshall.
Yeah, that is true.
Sean Marshall
Not
was
more
the
than
best.
Sean Marshall or Sean Marshall, but definitely more than Sean Marshall.
I think
Are we
Sean
gonna get?
Marshall in
Are
particular.
we gonna get to that one line at the end of the maybe?
Which one?
That don't compare me to Sean.
Oh yeah. I think that would be a couple sessions from now, but yeah, that would be fun to get
Maybe.
to.
Who knows?
Anyway, after the morale message, you guys got some messages.
Yeah, I already read mine.
Wow. That leaves it to LBP.
Yep.
The Slurperines say no, undoing the effect.
The submarines say yes, redoing the effect. Wait, what?
The submarines and slurperines end up in an infinite rearrangement loop.
Cancels out the involvement of both in the war.
Lone Shark bombers take on the role of the submarines had prior in dropping mines into the non-Newtonian fluids.
I mean, as you do. What would a war be without that?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Sean Marshall declares that a national draft across all Stellafolian territories in order to recruit more troops for their war effort. But this ends up being a wildly unpopular decision. Millions of people from conquered territories refuse to sign up and violently resist recruitment. Protests quickly break into riots and then full-scale revolutions. The strongest revolution takes place in the Stellafolium-owned regions of China, as there are millions upon millions of people there.
The maggot wave remembers it exists and heads for Los Pollos, Hermanos.
The rebels secure a few provinces very quickly and declare themselves as the Free State of China, allying with LPH, Ohio 3, and the Loan Sharks promptly. Revolutions in Japan and Africa are also prominent. Sean Marshall is now stressed beyond comprehension.
Someone said Sean Amina has a gift of Tommy wire dancing and his caption skill issue.
The maggot wave finds the path blocked by a battalion of lemon. The maggot wave finds the path blocked by a battalion of lemon juice golems.
Lemon juice golems neglect to remember that the mags are evolved to eat just about everything, leading to it to just roll over them.
I feel like the only people who really lost in this war, I feel like Stellafolium were the real losers of this war.
Yeah, because
I feel like they came damn near right on the edge of collapsing in this war, and they had to be bailed out by Slurperia if I'm remembering right.
I mean, I know how like this ends, but gotta be spoilers, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Maybe
yeah,
I'm just lying, actually.
definitely like lost.
In a sense. Anyway, as to the lemon juice golems. LVP, I think it's your line.
We're on the Wyatt Maggot message. We're on
okay.
Wyatt Maggot.
Okay.
Wyatt Maggot attempts to sabotage the LPH Ohio 3 Lone Shark Alliance from within. Somehow.
Yes. Just somehow, yeah. He actually gets hit by a stray torpedo that had been sitting in place up until now.
Fortunately, it was a dud.
The maggots
For
then
the
suddenly
shock of being
remember
hit
that.
by it. However, we should read this in slightly off order because it would be funnier. However, the shock of being hit by what he believed to be a stray torpedo causes him to stumble backward and get hit by an actual stray torpedo.
Damn. The maggots then suddenly remember that lemon juice instantly kills maggots. Damn.
They then forget this information, causing it to lose its effect.
They're
then attacked by lime juice golems.
3805 sends zombie drones into the sky with billboards constantly reminding them.
Gurkle starts beaming the information into the lemon juice golems' heads.
They can't read, so this is ineffective.
I found on fucking.
3805 recruits the ghost that forces you to remember that lemon juice instantly kills maggots to possess the maggots.
Maggots give up and just go over the juice golems, remembering the wave is so huge the casualties are negligible.
Lone Shark fighter jets with vacuum start forcefully dragging the wave backwards.
The maggots being pulled just detach from the wave.
The lone sharks start eating the vacuums on the maggots, dragging them back.
Meanwhile, Stellafolium begins sending bomber planes to cripple the Free State of China since it has no air force and can't really fight back. This marks Stellafolium's very first success in the war, as Chinese casualties reached the hundreds of thousands in days.
Yeah, I was like, Stellafolium did something. Do something
I like how their one
useful.
success. I like how their one success is like basically a default settings thing because the rebels don't have an air force.
Yeah.
Their one success is just maintaining status quo.
Yeah. That's it.
It's like holding a province in Hoi 4.
Pretty much, to be honest. The last
Their one
remaining
success
lime
is
juice
just like it's just reclaiming their own victory point.
It's like that one game where I played as France, and I was like spam reloading the game while like pushed to like the southern regions on like 98% capitulation, trying to find a way to fight back.
Oh god. The last remaining lime juice golem and the last remaining lemon juice golem fuse together to become a mighty sprite golem. Then we'll also find a cranberry juice golem so that they can achieve their final form.
What Stellifolium fails to account for, however, is the rebels' ability to inexplicably summon Po from Kung Fu Panda at will. Po begins leaping through the skies somehow and eating the Stellifolium plains, though he is kind enough to spare the pilots.
The pilots fall to
I
their
feel
deaths
like that's
instead.
genuinely in character.
Yeah,
Poe
probably.
would do that.
Through advanced kung fu tactics, Po is able to save their lives, but obviously the rebels imprison them. He also shatters Stellifolian morale even more by standing atop buildings and shouting to Jack Black, "Fuck you, you fucking dicks," reaching them. Hold on, I'm gonna actually play this because it's posted here.
Yeah.
This video is age restricted and only available on YouTube. No! No! Hold on, I can just copy the link and actually play it on YouTube. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me just open a new tab. Or just go to a previous tab, whatever. It's on 2 times speed, hold on.
Oh god.
Why is it fucking Delta Rick? This is so good. This is peak.
So peak.
Tell me when you finish.
It'll be done in a few seconds.
Okay.
That is by far the best part of this. Anyway.
I agree. Suddenly, a group of revolutionaries known as the Neo-Bat-Cells Empire shows up. Everyone trembled in fear before the might of the new uprising. Unfortunately, they arrive in Zeppelins. Even more unfortunately, the Zeppelins are made of money. The money is then made into money golems. The Zeppelins decide to self-destruct.
The gentleman sends a cease and desist letter to what's left of the Neo-Bath Empire that simply says, "I'm over it now, fuck off." This ends up being only read by the NS. This only ends up being read by the NBSE's janitor since everyone else died.
The carcasses begin pouring flaming oil all over the Romanian defenders from planes.
Chemists immediately get to work coming up with counter strategies.
Garfield summons a rainstorm, causing the oil to ascend into the air where they intercept the planes. A giant sheet of fire can rain the battlefields. Imagine that.
Massive troll face appears, hovering over the sky. Much to Sean Marshall's display. I mean, I think that's supposed to say dismay, but whatever. More and more Chinese civilians are rising up and joining the FSC.
Dude,
Average
holy
Los
shit.
Angeles experience.
Imagine you're in a war and you look up and the sky is on fire. Like, not something in the distance. Like, the clouds and the sky itself is on fire, except there's like a troll face and the fire straight down at you.
That's such a funny
That's in
visual.
LA.
True.
God. Zombie drones show up and catch some of the oil to make it into flying oil golems and then send them to attack riot guards.
As the troll face is black and white, it strengthens the Thurparian forces.
It turns out the vast majority of Chinese civilians prefer self-determination over being ruled by an American-centric dictatorship. The funny thing about this is that
Wow.
Stellifolium was technically formed from Canada. Stellifolian generals are baffled by this revelation. The African and Japanese rebels are also gaining more and more grounds with every passing moment.
The Lone Sharks fire fireproof paint canisters into the air and at the troll face to make it look like shit, unstrengthening the Slurperines.
I'm sorry, I'm just imagining like Les Mis, can you hear the people sing shenanigans going on in the Stellafulian territories? They're like having a normal ass revolution. Meanwhile, over in the other corner of the world, this shit is happening. Sean's advisors consider allowing Slurparians to enter Stellafulian territory and obliterate the rebellions, but Sean doesn't trust them enough to allow this. He promises his advisors and top generals that he will handle this on his own.
We have gone well beyond the 100% world tension at this point.
Yeah.
But we had like 500% world tension.
True.
500% still
The little fucking
counting.
picture of the Earth is just dust, man.
Just, no. You know that one image of like a baby coming out of like a pile of sand and like it's covered in sand. It's just that. It's just
Really?
that.
True.
That's the world tension icon.
That's the world. Recognizing a prime opportunity to claim a large chunk of land, John, Ohio has a chunk of Ohio 3 split off from the main landmass to go help the Chinese rebels.
Ohio, that sounds
Damn.
like a pain medication.
Ohio.
Ohio 3 even.
The piece of Ohio 3 is attacked by gore crows.
The Gore Crows are shot down by a barrage of icicles.
Not nimble ones, that is.
In Africa, the rebels managed to secure all of Nigeria and reestablish it as a country, joining the LPH Ohio 3 Lone Shark FSC alliance. That's such a bizarre name for an alliance.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Doesn't even
relentless
have a name.
Stellafulian bombing campaigns prevent them from moving further. Japan remains a constant ground between Stellafulian troops and rebels.
The new French crows try to help by picking up the entire human population of new France, say per mile, and dropping them in the middle of the ocean.
I wasn't aware they had one at this point.
No one's quite sure how that helps, to be honest.
Big Bold offers to help
I didn't
with the
even know they
Nigerian.
had a human population at that point in time.
Me neither.
Big Bold offers to help with the Nigerian Revolution.
I don't feel like most of them would really want his help.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I mean, he offers to help suppress it, I think.
Yeah.
That's what he meant.
Yeah.
Sean
Yeah.
tells him that he's already halted
Sean.
the African rebels and will be able to resubjugate Nigeria fairly soon.
Even
Big
still.
Bold offers to help with China.
Sean reluctantly accepts this under the condition that Stellafulium's orders are respected.
Big Bold just walks into China and begins massacring all the revolutionaries he sees.
Loaded Diaper holds a surprise concert in Nigeria to renew the rebels.
This guy's just like a fucking solo leveling character. All he does is just aura farm.
Yeah.
This is true.
Loaded Diaper holds a surprise concert in Nigeria to renew the rebels' spirit.
This gives Guthbring an idea. He begins hosting more and more elaborate Meta Liberty concerts around LPH, boosting the morale and somehow also the physical strength and skill of his soldiers. Mike's army begins sweeping across the Pacific coast of America and through the Rockies at unprecedented speeds, and Tyrus's army finally regains the upper hand against the Goreworm invasion.
Darkle starts putting mealworms from Inscription on the board to further boost Los Hermanos soldiers' stats.
Due to renewed spirits, Nigeria and the other African rebels succeed in a slight offensive and also conquer an important Stellafulian air base in Cameroon. Or Air Force Base, but whatever.
Marcus Fucker hold a concert in Carcassia and broadcast to the Sarperian forces, strengthening them.
Sean Marshall desperately looks for any bands he has access to that are even remotely as cool as the ones that are strengthening his enemies.
Lone Shark forces start replacing the Slorperian's metal with wood, making it not metal.
The wood turns back into metal.
Garkle sends Finn and several other Lone Sharks to pretend to be a cool band.
They're stuck at music, though, and thus weaken their Hermanian forces.
Finn comes up with a genius band name, the Shark Slayers.
Their sucky music somehow empowers Stellafulium.
Well, damn.
The writers realize that a bit of the AUL code is messed up and manually fix it, causing the music to weaken them again.
The Shark Slayers start playing Ed Sheeran. Several stealthily self-destruct out of self-preservation.
Unfortunately, Sean is an Ed Sheeran fan and doesn't realize the amount of damage this is doing to his troops. In fact, he gets the idea to appoint Ed Sheeran as the National Secretary of Music, a position he creates out of nowhere just for Ed Sheeran. Ed Sheeran, who dislikes Stella Williams' government for obvious reasons, starts deliberately playing his songs in the worst way possible to sabotage the war effort. Sean is too much of a fan to notice.
It's worth noting that Ed Sheeran has inexplicably been turned into a brain in a jar prior.
I mean, as you do.
You know.
The Gore Slurper realizes that the barrier between the mortal plane and its realm has been broken for a while now, and starts sending information to the Slurparians in visions.
Sean's top generals begin a conspiracy to launch a coup against him and take control of the war effort out of desperation.
Several Stellafolians begin getting visions from the Gore Slurper, converting them to Gore Slurperism. Due to the general misery of the Stellafolian population, it starts to spread rather quickly underground.
I like how this happens despite the fact that Stellafolium is like super anti-Gore Slurper on a regular basis.
I mean,
Yeah,
the same thing happened in Russia too, and they were anti-Gore Slurpers.
True. At the same time, one particular general, General Stephen Parcher, who hates Slurperia with a burning passion, comes up with the idea of launching a coup and then switching sides so everyone can team up against Slurperia. Multiple other generals agree and become his co-conspirators.
He then accidentally falls off his balcony.
Having been prepared for this, General Parcher made sure to position a mattress on the ground near the balcony.
So it really was accidental then, huh? Ed Sheeran's brain jars chucked out the windows and spare the Stellafolians more bleeding ears.
He is able to survive and is escorted away by his personal troops.
The
loan sharks recover the brain jar.
Unfortunately, a small pellet of ricin was snuck into the mattress fibers and entered Parcher's body. Fortunately for him, it explodes and causes only a minor scar.
Furious, Sean Marshall declares that everyone involved in chucking out Ed Sheeran's brain jar has committed treason against the state. He then has all the people involved court-martialed and prosecuted. Imagine being a defendant in this case.
Oh my god.
Your Honor, I did not throw Ed Sheeran's brain jar out the window. Your Honor, Your Honor, I had nothing to do with the brain jar defenestration.
I didn't even know there was a brain jar. What the fuck?
What the fuck is a secretary of music?
What the fuck is an Ed Sheeran brain jar?
Your Honor, none of these words are in the Bible.
I feel like they stopped caring about the Bible a while ago.
Seeing what happened with the brain jar, Skarkle also brings Finn and the others back.
This puts an end to the sabotaging of Stellafolium, but the damage has already been done.
The limbo keys suddenly appear over Dallas, Texas. The Sprite Golem decides to hold off in its quest to find a cranberry juice golem to provide much-needed aid in China. Geometry
Gamma is clubbed for improper formatting.
He's also clubbed a second time for what the fuck?
Gamma refutes the club by arguing that it helps visually demonstrate what is happening over Dallas, Texas.
The clever says no.
Skarkle pulls out the brain jarizator trademark and uses it on Gamma to turn him into a brain in a jar.
The club refutes back by saying Gamma didn't specify what the gift's intention was.
I guess that's just the thing you can do. Gamma is clubbed a third time for having no idea what the fuck is happening over Dallas, Texas. I literally just did, asshole. Gamma.
The fucking Gamma.
I love how there's a consistent trend of Gamma, like, proving he didn't do anything wrong, only to immediately do something wrong in his defense.
Gamma is clubbed for improper formatting.
The club refutes again by saying he didn't do it before he was clubbed, and therefore the initial clubbing was justified. Saul Goodman ends up defending the club in court. Not the clubber, the club. Somehow.
Yeah. Gamma murders the club's entire family.
I feel like this
WT
is like
takes over the clubbing.
I feel like not the clubbers, the club's entire family. I will specify that.
Oh my god.
This is quite a bizarre way to respond to criticism.
I suppose it is, yeah. The club watches in terror as he begins systematically eating the club's family's corpses. Gamma is clubbed again for a serial homicide.
Saul Goodman convinces the judge to give Gamma 50 life sentences in a row, as well as a small fine for falsely accusing the club of injustice.
Sorry, I went goblin mode.
Gamma is clubbed for improper formatting.
Skarkle uses the brain jar. Skarkle uses the brain jar as their trademark again to turn Gamma's brain jar into a brain in a jar in a jar.
Somehow every sentence Gamma has is overturned by his goblin mode defense, except for the fine.
Gamma is clubbed for being a whiny bitch.
Lobato is clubbed for being mean.
Lobato got no chill.
Dude, the clubber is just on no one's side. He's a rogue
Glover
agent.
just likes getting people.
Yeah, for sure.
Gamma is then clubbed for all previous improper formatting.
An infinite club loop begins.
Everyone replaces their ding-dongs with clubs.
The writers say enough is enough because this gag is rapidly overextending.
Gamma is pulled into the story and placed in the middle of the submarine slurperine war zone. Gamma spontaneously combusts. In the name of fairness, A and Loboto are also clubbed multiple times for the use of puppers in the past, which counts as improper formatting. Technically.
Anyway, the Chinese rebels are grateful to the sprite golem for their assistance. I forgot that happened.
The battle shrine finally reaches Los Pollos Hermanos and begins bombarding the Hermanian armies.
This is the one thing LPH doesn't really have a defense for.
This decreases morale.
The Lone Sharks pick up the ground and tilt it forward, knocking the shrine over.
It does a triple front flip and regains itself by jigging its claws into the ground.
Skarkle remembers that the oil fire sheet in the air is still a thing that exists and stops the downpour over the shrine, bathing it in flames.
The battle shrine just scares away the oil somehow, causing it to flee into the Hermanian lines.
I mean, that's just what you do.
The ice golems and hot chocolate golems climb into the battle shrine and try to destroy it from the inside.
Its automated defense systems ward off the golems.
The oil gets sucked into the apparently fireproof vacuums, and Jet blasts it back at the shrine.
The shrine shoots it out of the air.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Parcher and his co-conspirators finally set in motion their plan. They lead an army into the White House and try to arrest Sean, but Sean escapes, defended by Loyalist forces. He ends up fleeing and taking shelter in another city while Parcher declares himself the new head of state. He immediately sends out an order to as many Stellafolian troops as he can to defect to the other side. However, Sean sends out a counter-order and claims he is still the legitimate head of state. Millions of Stellafolian troops are now split between two sides. And this doesn't even account for those who have already been corrupted by the Gore Slurper's visions.
The Gore Slurper's soldiers begin secretly preaching to their torn comrades.
Parcher's provisional government meets with Gus Fring and negotiates an alliance, thus officially bringing them and their followers onto the other side.
The Slurperian forces waste no time in gunning down the defectors when they get news.
Mike's army is finally able to secure the entire U.S. Pacific coast. Not the Pacific coast, what the fuck?
Pacific
as many from Parcher troops join him there. He then begins sending his troops south, trying to cut off the Goreworms and flank them with Tyrus's army.
The Goreworms burrow underground and wait for the armies to march to their last known location.
They do so.
Lone Shark bombers start dropping holy water over the battlefield.
The Goreworms spew mustard gas into the area and begin snatching up soldiers en masse.
The Lone Sharks use vacuum fire jets to suck up the mustard gas.
Fortunately, the guard rooms use suck-proof mustard gas.
How the fuck
However
does
that
that work?
works. For the sake of
Assistance
reducing
heavy,
confusion,
man.
Sean's faction henceforth continues to call itself the United Provinces of Stellafolium, UPS, and Parcher's faction calls itself the Provisional Government of Stellafolium, PGS.
The United Provinces of Stellafolium get sued by UPS drivers. Not
Gorslurpers
UPS,
extremists.
just its drivers.
The Gorslurpers extremists in Texas form their own nation, the Gorslurpers Republic of Texas.
Damn, it's just as irrelevant as the real-life Republic of Texas. Gore Slurperist Extreme. Sorry, I read the wrong line. Poseidon remains A that the UPS lawsuit already happened a long time ago, and UPS ended up getting shut down as a result somehow.
No, it's different. See, it's not UPS, it's UPS drivers. Get it right.
True, but what would they even be suing over?
I don't know, ripping their shit.
But it's company
the
branding, so.
And they're UPS drivers.
Yeah, but they're only called that because of the company they're working for. Otherwise, they'd just be called drivers.
Company loyalty, even post-mortem.
Of course. They have not achieved class consciousness.
Yeah, exactly. The native Texans managed to successfully push back Gore Slurper's forces in Texas with decidedly unmetal country music about guns and beer.
They neglect to realize the Texan Gorslurpers like country music, only making them stronger.
Oh no.
In spirit of New York and New England's mutual hatred for each other, the state of New York ends up siding with the UPS, whereas New England sides with the PGS. New Yorkers and Bostonians begin fighting in the streets.
The Long Sharks drop holy water that forcefully dissipates mustard gas onto Texas.
There is no mustard gas being used in Texas, so this has been affected. Clerical errors cause the sharks to accidentally drop their entire stock of mustard gas dissipating holy water onto a place where it isn't needed.
Finn presses the undo button.
Unfortunately, his keyboard is disconnected.
Snorkel picked up the entire state of Texas and chucked it at the shrine.
It attaches to the shrine, making it stronger.
Texas proceeds to duplicate itself, with the copy returning to its regular location. It is still under Gorslurperist occupation, however.
Now there are two Gorslurperist Texi.
As it is still covered in holy water, the original Texas immediately slides right off the shrine and into the ocean. The submarines and Slurperins fight over it.
Since everything's bigger in Texas, all the carcasses in Texas start to vastly increase in size.
This makes them stronger, and the sheer amount of guns in Texas allows them to become walking weapons platforms.
There.
Thanks to a large amount of PGS forces in Japan, Japanese rebels are finally able to push out UPS troops and reestablish Japan as an independent country. In the chaos, the African rebels are also continuing to advance. William contacts Carcass Fucker and suggests suing for peace with LPH, Ohio 3, and the Lone Shark so helping Sean win the Stellafolian Civil War can be prioritized. If Carcass Fucker won't pursue peace, he advises they at least consider a ceasefire.
Michael replies that even if he wanted to do that, none of the listed nations would consider making peace in a million years.
William, collapsing under stress, starts ranting about how this war was a bad idea from the start, and they're about to lose their most powerful ally because of all the factions the war has dragged in.
Most powerful ally, huh?
I'm skeptical of his assessment.
Yeah, incredibly powerful ally there.
Famously strong ally Stellafolium, headed by Sean Marshall.
To be fair, Stellafolium against most countries would be pretty strong. It's just, they're too normal for the setting of AUL.
Yeah.
Like, all the other factions have, like, bullshit prepared.
That's why we constantly use Stellafolium in the fucking power scaling, because, like, it's like...
Stellafolium is just, like, slightly better America. With some robots.
It's the best reference point. Like, it has to contend with a drug cartel, a secret cabal of loan sharks, whatever the hell Ohio 3 is, and then Slurperia. Like, It's not winning that one. In terms of like power scaling, you know.
Michael raises the point that Stellifolium isn't really that powerful considering their performance in the war so far.
Michael gets it.
That's why
Michael
Michael's the
starts
GOAT.
ordering yeah.
Yeah, man.
Michael starts ordering the construction of sound jammer guns in addition to loudspeakers.
Michael decides to unleash the zombie Aztecs who had been secretly training and augmented since a while ago to be the ultimate warriors in case of emergency.
These still exist, don't they?
I guess. I don't know. They probably went back.
Technically.
Let's not spoil anything that happens in Novachi.
I like barely caught myself.
I don't think that's a spoiler. We're just talking about something that we literally never touched again.
Right, okay. So it's like
Ringo
a Greg Sleeper
McGee
virus moment.
The leader of the Gore-Cerberus movement in Texas proposes a plan to incapacitate the Stellifoliumese rebel army by airdropping a massive steel box onto them.
In China, various rebel armies desperately try to hold off Lickvold.
Lickvold uses his Vambrace-mounted machine gun to mow them down. He wades across their heads, spewing explosive death into their ranks as their own fire simply pings off his armor.
The rebels resort to attempting to bomb Lickvold as he advances.
It only gives him a cooler backdrop as he mercilessly cuts down the rebels.
Dude, this is just
imagine,
critical levels of aura farming.
Literally bombing someone, and all you're doing is just helping them aura farm. That's wild.
Isn't that like what happened to Muzan in like the last Demon Slayer season?
Probably, to be honest.
Like, he was aura farming like that entire time walking up to the mansion and then got blown up and somehow aura farmed even more.
He's just never not aura farmed.
Just as it seems all hope is lost, Poe arrives in the city and watches Lickvold march forward. He remembers a specific tactic he used at the end of Kung Fu Panda 2 against Lord Shen in Gongmen City, and proceeds to jump down onto the street ahead of Lickvold and face him down.
Lickvold sprays his machine gun at Poe.
Through intense focus, Poe activates Inner Peace, catching all the bullets with his hands and sending them back at Lickvold.
Lickvold just stands there as the bullets harmlessly detonate on his armor.
Oh, Poe says, well, I didn't really account for this. Could you send something way more powerful at me?
Skarkle, then and there, decides to drop an explosive shark on Poe for laughs.
Lickvold is briefly confused as Poe has a Gore-Cerberus color scheme, but quickly realizes it's a coincidence.
Thanks to Poe having achieved Inner Peace, he ends up rerouting the explosive shark to fly at Lickvold instead.
It is similarly ineffective.
Dude, I would play the fucking OST in the Kung Fu Panda 2 scene where he throws the balls. But I would get copyright struck.
Oh, God.
Hans Zimmer would, like, personally show up to my house and beat the shit out of me.
Yeah, just like, dude, that would just be like an LVP reference.
True. You know what? Honestly, copyright's kind of fucked on this channel to begin with. I might just play it. What's the Kung Fu Panda? I can actually just play a remix that won't get me copyright struck. Kung Fu Panda 2 Inner Peace OST remix. Fuck off. Okay. The one by Karu was really good. I also think that that channel allows you to use their OSTs anyway, so.
Homestuck music.
You have to turn it down a little bit so that you can actually hear my voice over it and the other voices, but I don't think Poe finds the truth is the right one. Hold on a sec. Listen to the full epic medley. Let's see. I like how I'm like specifically trying to. Okay, it's Zen Ball Master. Okay, that would be it.
Alright, I got my Homestuck music on.
All right, let's go. Kung Fu Panda 2, Zen Ball Master. That would be the one. Okay. There we go. I got it. You're not going to hear this in the VC, but you will hear it on the recording.
Right.
It starts off as the goofiest shit ever, is the funniest thing, and then it just becomes epic. But whatever.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the director's cut that's like 30 minutes longer than.
It's truly It's truly Zack Snyder's Among Us lore. Complete with unnecessary brutality.
And
Poe looks up at the sky. Not sure who did that, but I'm gonna need a bigger shark.
Sharkle drops a several thousand-ton megalodon on Poe. Guys, holy shit! It's the Great Mega. We found them.
Great Mega. Great Mega.
It's the Great Mega.
Somehow the megalodon is only the size of an average mako shark. This makes it ludicrously dead.
Fucking black hole shark. Please, for the love of all of China, let this work. Poe throws the shark at Lakefold.
Lakefold firmly grips the shark in his quad hand, encasing the explosion in an orb of white lightning.
Lakefold is finally knocked back 1 inch.
Or a fucking farming, dude. All this dude does is just aura farm.
True.
He's like the fucking Sung Jinwoo of AUL. What the hell?
Dude, there needs to be a character in the Jay-Z books who just constantly aura farms.
Yeah, I think there should.
I mean, there's obviously a really good candidate for that, but I don't want to, like, spoil too much. Anyway.
Okay. Lakefold shakes the soot from his hand and chuckles a raspy snarl.
Poe falls up. I think that means rolls up. Poe rolls up his fist and prepares for a fight, calling upon his dragon warrior energy to establish a shield around himself. I feel like I just made that up because I don't think he ever does that in any of the movies.
Yeah, I've seen all the movies. I don't think he can do that.
The only one I haven't seen is 4 because I heard it wasn't that good. Does he do it in 4?
I just haven't gone around to it.
Yeah, me neither. But I would have if people said it was good, but like everyone said it was like mid at best.
Yeah, that's kind of what I saw too.
Oh well. Lakefold swings his cleaver at Poe.
The shield ends up absorbing the impact of the cleaver, and Poe doesn't get knocked back very far thanks to his heavy build. He then reverses the force from the strike as he lunges forward and lands a hit on Lakefold.
Lakefold staggers a bit, but quickly recovers and tries to grip Poe with his claw hand.
I want to remind you guys that the Chinese forces tried literally bombing him, and it did less damage than Poe landing a punch did.
Poe is just built different.
That's true. That's unironically like canon. Poe does the panda roll and avoids the claw hand, rolling right past Lakefold. He reaches into his travel bag and starts taking out fireworks, which he lights and sends in Lakefold's direction.
Lakefold smacks those fireworks into nearby buildings.
The fireworks end up collapsing some of the buildings and breaking them into pieces.
Bro,
Poe
how
gets on
flimsy are
top
these
of
fucking buildings.
I don't know, man.
Average movie building. I feel like buildings are like one of the few things that are weaker in movies than they are in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably.
Who gets on top of 2 long poles and turns them into stilts, repeatedly whacking Lakefold with them while also using them to kick various other objects at him.
Lakefold grabs one of the stilts and slams Poe into a piece of
At
rubble.
some point, I need to bring Poe back for a fight.
Why don't you? You know?
Ow! Poe then starts juggling the piece of rubble in his hands and throws that Lakefold to distract him. While he's distracted, he rolls to the side again and tries to rethink his plan. The funny thing about Poe is that he can consistently beat way stronger opponents by just completely blindsiding them with the most ridiculous tactics imaginable. It was how he beat Tai Lung in the first one, despite the fact that Tai Lung was like a ferocious warrior who wiped out an entire prison to escape and beat the Furious Five.
Infinitely stronger. But in the second one, the enemy had a fucking naval fleet. They were firing cannonballs at him, and he managed to get through that.
Yeah, it was awesome. That's what inner peace does to a motherfucker.
Yeah, you know.
Nick Volt catches the piece of rubble and crushes it. He then roundhouse kicks a nearby building, collapsing it in Poe's general direction.
Poe starts running up the building, somehow. After reaching the top, he dives off the building and attempts to land a hit directly on Lickfold.
Nick Volt just socks Poe right in the face.
Ow, 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 ow. Yep, that's gonna hurt. Poe falls. I can't fight. Okay, Poe falls to the ground, just barely managing to get back to his feet. Alright, buddy, you left me no choice. He stands completely still, allowing Lickfold to strike at him with his claw hand.
Nick Volt does so.
Oh my god, I remember what happened here. With heavy concentration. With heavy concrentarion. Poe catches one of the talons with his fingers and pulls the claw hand in place, calling upon all his energy. It would honestly be in character for Poe to get the word that wrong. I really didn't want to do this, for the record. It's always a last resort. Any last words, buddy?
What are you plotting?
I'm just here to defend China. If anything, aren't you the one plotting? I mean, that's kind of a silly question.
I was more referring to the current moment.
Oh, yeah, I get it now. You see, this is what we in the business call a whooshy finger hold. Ever heard of it?
Oh.
Poe's lips twist into a smirk. Well, you have now. Skadoosh. What? Sorry, my bad.
What?
He proceeds to complete the whooshy finger hold by pressing down. I remember this so well. By pressing down on Lickvold's talon, sending him to the spirit realm in a massive explosion. All the Chinese rebels just stand in a circle around the huge crater where Lickvold was standing just a moment ago in complete and utter confusion. The Gore Slurperists receive the news of what happened quickly and just start kind of freaking out as they didn't expect this whatsoever.
They hunker down
just to
in their
be clear,
position.
I'm pretty sure that Poe is the only character in AUL to have ever defeated Lickfold in a one-on-one fight.
I think so.
I genuinely think he is.
Yeah.
And that's so in character, too. Like, he would.
Question is, could he take on Skarkle?
I feel like he'd find some way to bullshit that somehow. Like... I feel like Poe is one of the only fighters who could realistically match the sheer level of bullshit that Skarkle has.
I mean, maybe. I mean,
it's like the list of characters who I think can match Skarkle in bullshit is probably limited to like a single hand. Like, I'm thinking like Jotaro from like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, probably, and then Poe. Like, that's my only thing. Maybe SpongeBob too.
What about Whitney?
Yeah, I guess Whitney counts, but that's more of just like you can't really do anything to her and less of like she bullshits a win against you.
What about Ganymede?
Ganymede could... I mean, it's not really bullshitting to just like blow you the fuck up. Like, that's just a regular ability. Like, he can blow up entire countries.
And only entire countries.
I don't think it really counts as a bullshitting win if you, like, have just a really powerful show of force.
Fair. That's true.
Like, if Shen just, like, blew Poe out of the... into the sky with, like, his naval fleet in Kung Fu Panda 2, you wouldn't say he bullshitted the victory. Like, that's not really how that works.
Well, he bullshitted the audience's expectations.
This is true. This is true. Sorry, LBP, did you read that one line?
Yeah.
Okay. My bad. Meanwhile, Master Oogway inexplicably teleports into the city and yeets himself and Poe out of the RP because Kung Fu Panda 4 has started filming and he is needed on set. I like how this implies that, like, Poe literally stars in the Kung Fu Panda movies. Like, Jack Black is just, like, a fake scheme that they use to trick people.
Jack Black is a government psyop.
Jack Black is actually the real character, and his voice is provided by Poe.
Yeah.
No. It's a real guy, but all of his voice is just voiceovers. It's like if you actually go to Jack Black and you hear him speak, it's like the deepest voice you've ever heard.
The Gore Slurper
Any
itself has to pluck Lickvolk from the spirit realm.
The entire Gore Slurperist army just kind of awkwardly waits while this is done. Michael exclaims, Tuesdays.
Once it finishes, they go back to what they were doing. Lickvolk also takes the
Damn.
Hermione front line to assist his troops. The zombie Aztecs also reach the line. Their chainsaw Aqua Beetles and rocket-powered Atlatls prove effective against the Hermione.
I like how Uguay just like inadvertently doomed all of China. That's also somehow in character.
Meanwhile, small raiding parties begin to sporadically attack Tyrus's army.
Tyrus responds by using previous tactics of luring raiding parties into minefields and/or underground meth labs.
The raiding parties then begin showing up on all sides of the army. They start throwing bombs into the edges of the army to force them all together.
Tyrus orders his troops to start holding up Uno reverse cards, sending the bombs flying back.
The raiding parties hold up +4 cards. This causes the bombs to magically create 4 clones of themselves and fly back into Tyrus's lines.
This ends up being disastrous to the defending army. Gus tries to break the encirclement with the reinforcements, dreading what might soon happen.
No, unfortunately, the reinforcements run into a myriad of traps, significantly delaying and weakening them. The raiding parties manage to push Tyrus's army up against the cliff face.
Despite having opportunities to escape, Tyrus decides to stay with his troops until the last soldier falls. He tries virtually every tactic he can think of to turn the tides.
The raiding parties form a perimeter around the cliff face, preventing the soldiers from escaping. Instead of shooting, however, they quickly establish trench lines and machine gun nests.
One LPH soldier remarks, "I think we're all going to be dead soon." A soldier standing next to them nods and says, "Yeah, probably."
You don't say.
They don't even give a shit anymore.
Would you?
No. I feel like they signed up for the military, just like, yeah, we're gonna fucking die. I feel like the people who sign up for the military are just people who are like trying to commit suicide, but they don't want to do it themselves, so they just sign up for the.
Yeah, you know.
In this world, probably.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's probably no shortage of people who want to commit suicide in this world.
That is true.
Especially in Scotland.
I feel like if Galloway hadn't switched all of the guns out for toy guns, a lot more people would be dead.
Yeah.
But I think the funniest thing about Galloway is that like this ideology is called lunaticism. Right? So that means like he
Yeah.
realizes that what he's doing is completely incompetent. So he actually knows how to govern a nation, but he intentionally does it wrong because it's funny.
He's just doing it for funsies.
Exactly.
Anyway. It is soon after this remark that a figure emerges from the trench line. Mechanical whirs and clanks can be heard as it approaches. Eventually it enters the light, but due to the decently far distance between soldiers and the trench line, it takes a while for it to be visible. At first it seems humanoid, then as it gets closer its neck seems abnormally elongated. As it draws yet closer, the soldiers can roughly discern the mechanisms of its appendages. It comes yet nearer and they can see the horrible jaws sprouting from its head. As it finally comes into full view, the soldiers now know that they stand before the Lord of the Goreworms himself, LBW.
They all tremble in fear. Tyrus tries his best to stand firm. He has already accepted his fate. "There's no getting out of this situation now," he says. "But we're going to go down fighting, that's for sure."
LBW has a carcass tossing their weapon and hands it to Tyrus.
"So you want me to fight you?"
Is my intention unclear? Take the weapon, Tyrus, and die with honor.
Cool, I guess. Tyrus then begins a 1v1 duel with LBW. Empowered by his courage, his soldiers charge forward in one last stand against the Slurparian armies.
The Slurparians surge forward, engaging the Hermanians while the duel commences.
Tyrus displays that he inexplicably has extensive martial arts skills by triple flipping through the air and landing a kick on LBW.
LBW staggers and retaliates by sweeping Tyrus's legs out from under him, grabbing him by the ankle and slamming him into the ground. While Tyrus is down, he reverse grips his hammer and thrusts it down onto Tyrus's face.
Tyrus rolls over and blocks last second. He struggles to hold back LBW's hammer, however.
LBW uses the opportunity to kick Tyrus in the kidney.
Tyrus almost loses on the spot, but then a random loan shark inexplicably enters the scene and gives him an impromptu kidney transplant, allowing him to get back up and keep fighting. Meanwhile, Tyrus's forces are absolutely going haywire, gunning down as many Slurparians as possible.
The Slurparians are doing the same. However, they slowly begin to gain the advantage as all the blood on the ground makes the Hermanians start to slip. The Slurparians are wearing spiked shoes, however, so they manage to maintain footholds.
Tyrus uses his immense martial arts skill to block several attacks from LBW, landing some punches of his own. I like how Tyrus just inexplicably became a badass in this scene.
I mean, he had to match LBW's aura farming. He had to have his own aura.
Yeah.
LBW steps back and hurls his hammer directly at Tyrus's head.
Tyrus epically flips over the hammer before striking at LBW.
LBW grips both of Tyrus's hands and begins trying to push him down.
Gus frantically scrambles together Meta Liberty for a concert as a last-ditch effort to save Tyrus's army. Meta Liberty's energy courses through the soldiers and allows them to stand a fighting chance again. Tyrus yells while resisting LBW with all his might, combined with the added adrenaline from Meta Liberty.
However, while he does this, he notices the small white chain coming from LBW's hand and rather quickly retracting into his arm, or his harm.
After a long struggle, Tyrus is able to force LBP back. LBW then grabs the chain coming from his hand and yanks it toward him. Tyrus hears a whooshing from behind him. Wait, that's your lines. I got carried away.
No, whatever.
His eyes widen in fear.
He turns in time to see LBW's hammer hurtling towards his head.
Unfortunately, not in time to do anything about it.
The hammerhead smacked him squarely in the brow, stunning him long enough for LBW to pick up the hammer and swing it full tilt into his ribcage.
This blow sends Tyrus to the ground, and even Meta Liberty's adrenaline rush can't empower him anymore. His forces have fallen, and blood stains the battlefield.
LBW places his foot on Tyrus' chest and bites into his neck, and he then begins draining his blood with a horrific gulping noise.
At least I was better than Victor, are Tyrus's last words before he dies of blood loss.
Damn.
That's crazy.
I'd
Absolute
be better
hater
than
energy.
Hater energy. When all the blood is slurped, LB. Goddamn.
What are they? Some kind of... What is this? Some kind of gore slurper?
Holy shit!
Shut the fuck
Holy
up.
shit! No way! LBW turns his head to the skies and unleashes a bellow of victory heard across the battlefield.
Gus receives the news of what happened from the few survivors and stares blankly at the wall in his quarters.
Tyrus' army is gone. Many PGS forces are without reinforcements and are promptly rolled over by Superior armies. Tyrus' lifeless corpse is tied to a plane which flies over the Hermanian lines for all to see.
Mike swears revenge on LBW. Though his army is still pushing forward, many of his soldiers set up camp at various places along the Pacific coast and hold commemorations for Tyrus and his fallen troops.
On the Superior side of things, morale is greatly boosted by the achievement, and loyalist Delafolia Me's soldiers begin to actually have success in battle.
That's how you know it's good.
The zombie Aztecs began carrying out guerrilla attacks on Hermanian defenses, weakening them in preparation for mass carcass assaults.
Man, I just imagine being an immigrant who came to Los Pollos Hermanos from like the Empire of Scotland, only for it to immediately get invaded. Like that would fucking suck so bad.
Hi, sorry, where are we?
We're
Loan
at
Shark bombers put a hamper.
yeah.
Hang on. Hang on.
I can honestly say that this is.
I
This is
agree. Okay.
definitely.
Lone shark bombers put a hamper on the zombie Aztecs' guerrilla attacks.
That is until carcass interceptors begin shooting the bombers down.
Unfortunately, the success of Loyalist Stellafolium troops doesn't translate to the success of Loyalist Stellafolium troops due to a fatal case. Wait, sorry, I need to read that again. Unfortunately, the success of Loyalist Stellafoliumese troops doesn't translate to the success of Loyalist Stellafolium troops due to a fatal case of demonym confusion.
I like how this is the one time that fucking matters.
The
True.
sole time. Skarkle takes
The whole
advantage
time
of
with
this and
fucking
opens a
3 different
Bulgarian front
demonyms.
against Skarkle takes
This
advantage
is-
of this and opens a Bulgarian front against Stellafolium.
This doesn't work as Bulgaria is occupied by Slurperia and not Stellafolium.
Skarkle physically moves Bulgaria next to Stellafolium in order to open a Bulgarian front.
Lickbolt says no, reversing.
Skarkle puts down a +5 and forces Lickvolt to draw 5.
Finn Loansworth decides to declare a random piece of land in Stellafolium, Bulgaria, allowing Skarkle to open a front there.
Lickbolt draws 5 memes depicting Skarkle as a soyjack and himself as a Chad.
They look like shit.
He then combines them into one meme that looks good. Lone Shark morale plummets.
Skarkle scribbles over the meme with permanent marker.
Unfortunately, his scribbles spell out this meme is true. Lone Shark morale goes down even further.
How does that even...
Additionally, Michael the Servant Goreworm secretly photocopies the meme before Skarkle does this.
As is, however, it's impossible to read that over all the other scribbles.
Lickbolt then redraws the meme over the scribbles.
Finn fires back with a Wojak meme where Lickfold is portrayed as a crying soyjack with the original meme inside of a thought bubble linked to Lickfold.
Lickbolt then cuts everything out except the thought bubble, essentially turning Finn's meme into the original.
In the meantime, Skarkle receives word that a prototype of his jammer guns have been completed.
Which shoots
Finn
Dan.
reveals that he posted his meme to Twitter before Lickfold had the chance to do this. It ends up going viral and strengthening anti-Slurperian morale.
Skarkle fixes himself a sandwich with the jammer gun before handing it to an armored convoy.
Lickfold counters Finn's meme with a meme portraying Finn as a Sojak and the Gore Slurper as a Chad, increasing Slurperian morale.
That implies there exists a physical depiction of the Gore Slurper in this universe.
It's just the Chad face, but with text over it saying the Gore Slurper.
It's just
Skarkle
the
sends
Chad
a-
face, but in black and white.
True.
Yeah.
Skarkle sends a tornado at the Slurperian. Wait, no, that's wrong. Finn just does the
Why?
exact same thing as he did the last time. Somehow his second post gets even more likes.
Skarkle casually sends a tornado at the Slurperian base.
Lickbolt simply replies with the meme portraying Lone Sharks as a whole as a Sojak and the major Gore Slurper's leaders as Chads, ratioing Finn's meme.
Damn.
The Slurperian base the tornado hits has long been abandoned. The sheer force of the ratio causes the 3 lone sharks to kill themselves.
Skarkle simply sends it at an occupied Slurperian base.
Finn counter ratios him by pointing out that if they're all actually Chads, they shouldn't need to rely on one single godly being for their power and their self-worth. This ends up promoting philosophical debates all over Twitter.
Lickfold counter ratios Finn by saying Finn relies on one person to be at all relevant.
Skarkle also sends the armored convoy to trail the tornado.
Finn denies this and also states that he's done plenty to stand out from Skarkle and that he considers Skarkle more of a friend than a benefactor and deity figure.
The base in question is occupied by a large amount of explosives which detonate upon the convoy's arrival.
Luckily, the convoy's base occupied by explosives proofs. Well, that's convenient. Unluckily, the remaining explosives get tossed everywhere by the tornado.
Lickfold states that if it wasn't for Skarkle, nobody would even know who Finn was. Explosives conveniently all end up in Hermanian territory.
Skrarkle spawns a flash flood in Hermanian territory to harmlessly push them back into Stellifolium territory.
They detonate underwater and thus do no damage.
Skrarkle sends the tornado in convoy as Slurperian base that is occupied by Slurperian forces that are both physically and mentally capable.
Namely 2 random carcasses.
Fuck it. Good enough. Skrarkle gets the tornado to ravage the base.
In response to Lickvold stating that if it wasn't for Skrarkle, nobody would even know who Finn was, Finn asks for a source.
The death of the 2 carcasses in the base somehow causes many civilians to use Skrarkle as evil and take up arms against him, and by extension, Los Pollos Hermanos. And Lickvold states that his source is that it came to him in a dream.
Skrarkle figured every civilian in Slurperia was essentially already brainwashed into becoming a soldier, so he isn't really bothered.
He then realizes that Slurperia was never specified and comes face to face with a mob of civilians from basically everywhere except Slurperia.
No. Somehow this quells their rage.
They explode, which doesn't really do anything, but is very annoying as it has to be cleaned up.
Finn responds by saying, "Dreams are for losers."
Woke Whitney manifests into the space next to Finn.
Lickvold covers William's eyes.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Did I hear dream?
William isn't present anywhere near this exchange, but his eyes still end up being covered from afar. Somehow.
Lickvold projects his consciousness into a random carcass to put his hand over William's eyes.
As you do. He was talking about... I think it's Finn talking, not William. Hold on. I was talking about dreams... Finn. I was talking about dreams as in sleep dreams, not dreams himself. Not Dream himself.
I dream about Dream a lot.
Oh, God.
Unfortunately, skin co-labs burned down and Skrarkle must wait 37 weeks for skin production to resume.
I'm going to kill you, Finn says rather bluntly before removing a bone from his exposed skeleton and stabbing Whitney with it. I love how he... I dropped the accent for that.
Sharks have cartilage skeletons. The stab is scantily effective.
I mean, it's not like he's stabbing himself.
I suppose not.
No way, he's removing a bone from his exposed skeleton. That makes sense. Finn just kind of awkwardly puts the bone back in place after he realizes it didn't work. He settles for simply shooting Whitney with a revolver that he just has on hand, I guess.
The bullet turns around and harmlessly drops to the ground out of fear.
Finn yells at the bullet to do its job or its pay will be docked.
A gorilla appears in the room and starts doing the Macarena. The accompanying song begins playing out of nowhere.
Wait, should I actually play the Macarena?
Everyone stops what they're doing.
No, you should.
Hold on, let me look up a remix of Macarena. Hold on, Macarena Epic Remix. I don't want to play the original because I'll probably get, that could be like copyright struck, but Macarena Military Edition. Hold on, let me play this long version. Wait, hold on a sec. I think it's just slowed and it's just the slowed and reverb version of it, but whatever.
Bro, who the fuck?
Vaporwave Macarena.
Who gives
Bro,
a shit?
Why the fuck would you slow and reverb the fucking Macarena?
I truly don't know.
Vaporwave Macarena. That's actually crazy.
Okay, forget about this. Macarena I'll just look up a regular Macarena remix. That isn't copyright. Hold on. I found a video that I think has it. Whatever, I trust that this will not do anything.
Oh,
sorry, what message are we on now?
Everyone starts doing the Macarena.
Everyone starts doing the Macarena.
Including Slurpery and Bombers, who were on their way to Hermania, causing them to accidentally fly into the sun.
Dean this metal and does come back to life even stronger. Marcus Fucker releases the black pedal rendition of the Macarena song, which probably jumps to #1 on every music streaming service.
For the first
Man,
time
I forgot that
while.
black pedal is just like a bagpipe version of black metal.
Yeah. Oh god. For the first time in a long while, there's no fighting, no combat, no warfare. It's the day that stood still.
Literally, the earth simply stops turning.
I remember when we were like originally doing this and like Poseidon like reverted to like the Platonic model, like said that the sun stopped spinning around the earth or something.
Did I do that?
Yeah, you did that.
I can't believe that. I love how a gorilla doing the Macarena just fucking caused world peace.
Most normal AUL event.
True.
Yeah.
I feel like
Within minutes,
AUL is just
probably-
the plot of regular show, but as like a long-term RP campaign.
I'd say so, yeah. Within minutes, Stellafolium tries to invade Hermania while this is going on, only to be met with Orca Enterprises' military-grade thermonuclear landmines trademark.
They also fail due to Hermania not actually being a country.
Wickfield wonders where the hell they plan on going, and also how they even trick the mines. Meanwhile, Skarkle gets a deaf loan shark to locate a Slurpery in concert.
They
music
fucking
is
trip
being
the minds of
played
a country that doesn't exist. That's how much Stellafolium fucking sucks.
That's
All my
actually
homies hate
insane.
Stellafolium. The music is being played so loud that
Smartest
Loan
person
shark-
Stellafolium.
the loan shark can feel the vibrations and thus experience the melody, which causes them to become a carcass fucker stan.
Skarkle activates the subliminal transmitter in the loan shark's earpiece that makes him think carcass fucker music sounds like shit, unconverting them.
Unfortunately for Skarkle, the entire point of black metal is to sound like shit, so this actually ends up backfiring.
Skarkle remotely unscrews the top of their head and replaces their brain with loan shark brain replacement on standby.
Brain replacement is also converted to carcass fucker fanaticism.
Skarkle turns off the subliminals and has both brains thoroughly washed and scrubbed before screwing the first one back into place.
This has the unintended side effect of spontaneously transforming all the loan shark's blood into hydrofluoric acid.
Somehow, their organs are unaffected by this and continue to function just fine.
This does not extend to the rest of their body. Their organs just end up hovering in midair as everything else melts into soup.
Skarkle orders a replacement skeleton.
Allah himself pisses on the skeleton, causing it to violently ascend into the sky and explode in a dramatic fireworks display.
I like how there's a
Skarkle
3-day break
repossesses
implying that it took
Allah.
3 days to think of a response to that, and it's perfect.
Skarkle repossesses Allah before getting a replacement skeleton.
Through the repossession
Guys,
of Allah, Islam ceases to
Time to
exist.
go home.
To cope, all the former Muslims convert to gore surferism.
Ah, yes, the Muslims.
The Muslims.
The natural evolution of this ideology. As
Muslims.
Gorslurperism goes against countless principles of Islam, they quickly stop being Gorslurperists.
They then start a new sect of gore surferism that is more similar to Islam.
I don't think that's how that
I
works.
believe
Toho in this area.
Loboto was getting tired of Gamma Toho posting.
Oh yeah.
I distinctly
And he
remember.
posted that in every single fucking channel.
I distinctly
Except for
remember
the
thinking
VC
a
channel.
bot invaded the server.
He missed the VC channel. Look at
He
the
missed
actual
VC
chat.
channel.
Anyway, Loboto was clubbed
Sorry, hang on.
Sorry. that's your
Lobato's
line.
bugged for improper formatting.
He has subsequently brutally beaten and murdered.
Every single Toho, Saiho, Project Blink, and Lennon character pulls up with a shotgun and shoots him.
Dude, I can't believe
They're then
Vladimir
escorted
Lenin
from the
did that.
clubbing room.
And directly into an active volcano.
Filled with patented murder juice.
Infested with giant mutant spiders that have boomboxes that exclusively play Ed Sheeran songs surgically implanted into their abdomens.
Oh, wait. No.
I like how Lobato canonically died and is just still typing anyway.
Yeah. No, dude, it's like that one Hunger Games sim event where they like brutally batter them and cast remains into a live volcano. And
we really
they
need to
live.
do more Hunger Games sim streams. Or not streams,
I think we
recordings.
oughta, you know. It's been a while.
Yeah. These mutant spiders have long since gone insane.
And also died on account of the fact that the designer of the volcano forgot to make them murder juice proof.
WW sends out expeditions to harvest the murder juice.
Los Pollos Hermanos, despite how long it's been holding out for, is starting to buckle under the weight of the war. You think. Gus Fring warns his allies that he fears he may not be able to hold back the Slurparians much longer. I almost said the
Holy shit, I know what's
Stellafolians.
coming.
Oh god, what?
We know what's coming, holy shit.
Wait, do you ever to get to the Albuquerque fight in this? That would be crazy. I fucking hope so.
Ohio
Hold
3
on.
uses its tentacles to provide some backup structural support. John Silver and John Gale Lane walk into the room.
It's not specified which room they walk into, so they auto-default to being in every room at once, somehow.
The Lone Shark starts setting up nuclear landmines along the Hermanian Carcass Land territory border.
Hold on, I fucked it up. Let me Unfortunately, they forget to turn off the return to base function. This causes them some issues.
As it turns out, base refers to Carcass Land bases. This causes numerous nuclear explosions directly on top of Carcass Land bases.
I don't know why, but it does.
Tables that
They actually detonate in a nearby dumpster.
Ultimately, nothing ends up happening due to the fact that Carcass Land doesn't exist anymore. I don't think that's actually true.
That's not true. Fortunately, said dumpster is somehow impervious to nuclear detonation and effectively contains the blast.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Carcass Land is just a subdivision of Slurparia.
Yeah, it's just like a member state.
Yeah. Finn gives the landmine engineers updated history books and tells them to go for Slurparian bases.
However, the engineers are illiterate and do not notice the difference.
Skarkle beams knowledge on how to read into their brains.
How to read Arabic, that is.
Skarkle gives them Arabic history books.
The Arabic books are not up to date. This is due to institutionalized racism.
Oh my god.
Skarkle jumps out of the story, starts throttling LVP.
What does that do? He didn't cause racism.
No, because
why is he getting blamed for this?
LVP is the CEO of racism.
Finn decides he's tired of this and recruits the ghost that makes you forget it.
Racism.
Finn decides he's being more like Lithuanian bigoted police. Finn decides he's tired of this and recruits the ghost that makes you figure out the difference between Serperia and Carcass Land to possess the engineers. I love how this entire side tangent was literally pointless because Carcass Land does actually still exist.
Yeah.
LVP responds to Skarkle throttling him by whacking him over the head with a cinder block.
Skarkle eats the cinder block whole before using their debt-collecting director beam powers to rocket punch LVP into space.
Wait, is this the fight where, like... Sorry, I thought we already passed that fight. Is this the fight where, like... Is this the Skarkle versus LVP fight?
Oh
yeah,
god, it might.
Shit.
Oh
no. It is. It's so big.
Oh my god, this shit is peak.
Let's go.
Oh god.
Bro, we could do this and the Albuquerque fight. That would be so awesome.
Well, can you guys stay for like?
Be huge.
Can you guys stay for like another hour-ish?
Hopefully.
I don't know. We'll see.
All right. Well, it depends, because there's a couple things I think have to be gotten through before we can actually get to the end.
True.
Finn decides he's tired of this, and sorry,
Yeah, you already.
yeah, I read that.
He then
So
realizes
Skarkle
too
eats
late.
the cinder block.
Okay.
Right. So he then realizes too late that LBP tied a rope across both their torsos, which drags him along.
Skarkle severs the rope.
However, he's already in space, so this changes nothing.
Well, Bodo sends a rescue mission to retrieve Skarkle so that he can be safely returned to the story.
Despite being
Skarkle
dead,
tethers
by the
himself back to
way.
Earth, making sure to go slowly so as to not burn up in the atmosphere.
LBP simply teleports back to Earth, wait for Skarkles to land, and punch him through a building.
Skarkle latches onto
His
LBP
teleportation
with the
abilities got nerfed.
Holy shit. Skarkle latches onto LBP with a tractor beam, dragging him through the building too.
LBP shoves an EMP grenade down Skarkle's throat, disabling the tractor beam for a while.
Unfortunately for LBP, Skarkle digests and shits it out within 2 seconds.
Unfortunately for Skarkle, it had already detonated.
Poseidon reminds them both that Skarkle is technically LBP's boss since he owns AUL.
LBP states that this is a mutiny.
Skarkle eats LBP's head clean off whole while they're distracted.
His head grows a new body and vice versa, creating 2 LBPs.
Wait, is this where LBD comes into existence for Iron?
No, this isn't. It's not.
The LBP formed from his head is promptly digested as it is still in Skarkle's stomach.
Man, the viewers are not going to understand what I mean by LBD. This shit gets so much stupider.
The one not formed from his head whacks Skarkle in the dome with an 8-pound sledgehammer.
A sex man approaches
the seafloor.
Skarkle checks to make sure that he is not in any way tied to, or tethered to, or attached to, or anything else that would cause him to go flying along with LVP, worried to be launched into space, before Tractor Beam launching LVP into space.
This does not account for the grappling hook LVP attaches to him a microsecond afterwards.
The
grappling hook does not account for the fact that the rope is very weak and snaps easily under pressure.
Fortunately, the auxiliary rope is quite strong and rated for this kind of pressure, and it's attached to the hook as well.
The grappling hook also doesn't account for it just kind of sitting there where it not to snap, since the source of the grappling hook is moving away from the thing it's trying to hit. It is not
LBP.
The hook is not attached to LBP.
LBP teleports behind Skarkle, body slamming him back into space.
Balboa catches Skarkle in a portal and sends him back across the fourth wall into AUL so that the story can continue. Skarkle drags LBP into AUL and places him in Stellafolium territory. I guess this is taking place in enemy territory.
This proves to be a bad idea as he immediately goes on a killing spree.
Skarkle leaves Stellafolium citizens and armed forces to deal with LBP while personally placing stationary mines along the Hermanian territory Slurpurian territory border.
Unfortunately, they're all defective.
The Slurpurians don't know that, however, allowing the Hermanians to push back a bit.
That is until the Slurpurians start sending Hermanian prisoners of war through the minefields with explosives strapped to them.
Unfortunately, the explosives are all defective.
This still allows the Slurpurians to work out that the mines don't work, causing them to regain their territory and begin pushing further.
While the brunt of Slurpuria's forces are attacking Hermania, Skarkle launches an offensive on Slurpuria from behind.
LVP has the same idea, and the two end up meeting.
Skarkle bribes LVP with a giant bag of innocent civilians he just has on hands.
LVP eats the entire bag and then sends Skarkle back into Stellafolium.
Skarkle's tractor beam causes LVP to crash through countless buildings on his way to Stellafolium.
It doesn't bother him much, and he begins slamming buildings onto Skarkle.
Skarkle simply shrugs off the building with Sigma grind set powers he obtained after watching one YouTube video about Sigma males.
LVP uses the power of Patrick Bateman memes to smack Sparkle over the head with a stop sign.
Wait, I'm gonna get more Homestuck music. Hang on.
Do you get copyright struck for Homestuck music?
I have no idea. Just in case.
I want Andrew Hussey to hear me.
Poseidon, get your own stuff.
That's fair. I might just not play music during this. I can also edit on music later, though.
Alright, anyway.
It just won't be in the director's cut, tragically.
Damn. Skarkle replaces LVP's Patrick Bateman powers with Chris Chan powers to make it so LVP is crushed under the weight of the stop sign. Yes.
LVP restores his Bateman powers and begins force feeding Skarkle gasoline.
Skarkle starts immediately urinating on LVP just as they light a match, causing Skarkle to piss fire on LVP.
LVP throws Skarkle into a sewer along with a thermonuclear warhead.
The warhead
That
is
was
actually
hard.
thrown while inside a cardboard box with thousands of packing peanuts. This causes it to not detonate on impact. Skarkle takes it out of the box, climbs out the sewer, and throws it at LVP in a straight line.
LVP eats it, whirls around, and projectile shits it back at Skarkle.
Skarkle starts to throw it as whirls around and projectile vomits it back at LVP.
LVP teleports to the side just in time, causing it to sail into the ocean.
This is so fucking awesome. The nuclear. Wait, hold on. This proves Is this my line?
Yeah.
This proves devastating for the fishing markets.
The warhead takes up sailing as a profession and buys a cruise.
It then detonates.
The Nuclear
Damn.
Republic offers the warhead a position in their navy before realizing the warhead is no more.
Meanwhile, the Serperians begin to encircle the Hermanian armies.
As Skarkle and LVP fight in Stealtholium, the Lone Shark army begins its relatively unopposed advance into Slurperia, being careful not to alert anyone else to their presence.
You could say they're advancing in this war.
Yeah, this is a pretty advanced war we got going on here.
True. Unfortunately, the loan sharks don't really find much of value. A good portion of Slurperian land is just occupied by mutated monsters.
In addition, the terrain is practically unnavigable, and the weather makes visibility highly restricted at best.
The Lone Sharks continued their trek by stealth planing and start capturing territories.
Finn uses a command console to give the loan sharks night vision.
Many of the loan sharks' stealth planes crash to the extreme headwinds, causing them to stall. In addition, many of the mutant horror beasts inhabiting Slurperia are air-capable, taking down even more planes.
The Lone Shark simply saw off the mutant-occupied region from the rest of the lands.
Somehow the land grows tendrils and reconnects itself.
Somehow, their antics have not yet been noticed.
The saws then turn sentient and mutiny against the loan sharks.
The Lone Sharks euthanize the saws.
I don't even know how you would do that.
In their last dying moments, the saws let out ear-piercing shrieks.
One shark decides to use a saw to saw another saw to death.
All this shrieking does is warrant a shipment of earmuffs. No one else really questions it. Some comment on how unmetal the screeches are.
These people are killed. The screeching is very metal.
Finn decides to join in on the expedition personally, flying in with his Hammerhead-themed spacecraft.
Finally seeing an application for the sound guns, Finn makes sure to have them attached to his ship. Because of this, it can barely be heard from ground level while it's airborne. And this is just with a few of them.
When he notices the chaos that has befallen the expeditionary crew, Finn delivers gas masks to them and warns against toxic gore slurpers fumes that may influence their behaviors and personalities.
Noise-canceling headphones are also supplied to minimize the risk of musical influence.
Realizing that some sharks have been executed for denying the metalness of screeching, Finn begins to fear these fumes have already taken effect to some degree.
As those who commented on the screeching were all Slurperians, he simply moved on.
He then massacres the Slurperians so they can't spread word of the infiltration.
Somehow, their antics still haven't been picked up on.
In the meantime, Sean Marshall is finally starting to turn the tides in the Stellafolian Civil War. This is due to him unlocking various old codes, allowing him to secure control of Stellafolian's robot army. This is not good news for Stephen Parcher and the PGS.
Unfortunately for Sean, Skarkle, while fighting LBP, starts spray painting the letters BSE on random buildings, causing them to instantly run out of money.
Sean decides to address this problem by ignoring it. William converses with Sean and suggests that he send the robots to invade Los Pollos Hermanos while they're already under pressure. William argues that if LPH falls short, it'll be much easier to take care of the PGS. Sean agrees and sends a fuck ton of robots to LPH at once. William then informs Carcassfucker that the time to strike hard in hopes of ending this war soon is now.
Lickbold agrees and sends a massive force of carcasses into the last Hermanian bastion.
Man, the Skarkle LBP fight is a classic.
It's so peaked, dude. Holy shit.
A certified hood classic.
Skarkle gives an order to Finn to strike Slurpria at full force.
Drake Hermantraut is called to the capital Albuquerque with his army to defend LPH with all he's got. Without his support, PGS armies are forced to take over the occupied Stellafolian land themselves. Meanwhile, Finn does as Skarkle commands.
Finally, Slurpria realizes what's up, as numerous cities and power plants get bombed.
Fortunately, these have little effect, as the Slurper's energy has been powering things for a while now.
Sound gun tanks are deployed near concerts, mitigating their effects on civilians.
Sandstorms start to kick up, disrupting communications and causing parts of the army to break off into confusion.
Skarkle decides to drag LBP to Slurpria to continue the fight there, as the main city they were fighting in has since been reduced to chunks.
LBP begins throwing sharp rocks at Skarkle.
Skarkle sands them down into spikes and attaches them to his fist before punching LBP through a wall.
LBP throws a rubber duck at Skarkle.
While this is going on, Finn activates robotic arms on the sides of his ship, each with massive titanium hammers attached to the side. He begins systematically flying over various carcasses and pounding them into oblivion.
Skarkle dodges, and the duck squeaks on impact with the ground. This causes several Slurperian ICBMs to land perfectly on the duck and detonate, launching the two combatants through a building.
Mutated beasts begin flying up the arms of Finn's ship and clawing at it. MVP begins vomiting Cheeto dust in torrents at Skarkle.
The Lone Dark Army starts rolling up the city into a giant ball.
Finn's ship is far too reinforced for the beasts to do any significant damage.
Skarkle counters LVP's Cheeto dust breath with his own expired tuna breath.
As it's not specified which city, the Lone Shark Army starts rolling up Chicago.
Damn,
Chicago is now. Damn, Chicago just got wiped out, and we didn't even acknowledge it again. Finn activates a setting that creates a vaporization field around his ship, wiping out dozens of beasts at once.
Some beasts begin sprouting cannons from their mouths and firing at weak points in the hull.
The entire city of Chicago is rolled directly on top of a Slurperian city, flattening numerous buildings and people.
Fortunately, the city was long abandoned, and people simply mutate into eldritch flounder monsters.
Meanwhile, the random submarine navy barrages a small unclaimed territory along the border with torpedoes, causing it to sink.
This has no effect on anyone.
Finn tells Skarkle that they might need to attack the Gore Slurper more directly since it's the source of Sir Barrett's power. How?
I don't know, man. Finn's solution to the war: fight gods. It's just straight up.
Goes hard.
Get in there. Kill God.
Thinking for a minute while boxing LVP, Skarkle suddenly gets an idea. He starts waterboarding LVP to flip their fight on hold as he pulls out his phone. He then scrolls down in his contacts list until he reaches Satan, whom he proceeds to call. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
I need your help. Carcass Lands, or Slurperia as it's called now.
Alright, those fuckwits. How could I not know them? I remember all too well how they abandoned me and betrayed their Satanist brethren for that gore slurper wannabe. Apparently I wasn't metal enough for them. Those disgraceful pieces of shit.
Thing is, me and old Lickfold are in a bit of a war right now.
I've already heard. I have a feeling you're going to ask me to intervene.
Yes, your assistance would be greatly appreciated.
Oh, don't you worry. I've been preparing my armies for an opportunity just like this. Do be aware it'll take me a little longer to be ready, but I'm more than willing to crush those insolent fools.
Excellent. I look forward to your army's arrival.
It'll be a sight to behold, that's for sure.
Hey, how's my Skarkle voice?
It's good, it's good. My Satan voice,
That's
I just kind
supposed
of
to be like
improvised on
a
this.
New York like businessman voice.
No, I just thought it'd sound cool.
Oh, that's kind of fitting.
Skarkle says bye to Satan before hanging up an unwaterboarding LVP so they can continue their duel.
LVP spits out 3 gallons of water into a long sword.
I don't think that's how waterboarding works, but maybe it's Sharkistani waterboarding.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
have their
or
own
no.
special variety.
Yeah. Skarkle in turn
I mean,
draws a cutlass.
Why wouldn't they?
LVP steps menacingly towards Skarkle.
Skarkle stares down LVP. The confrontation gets posted all over Twitter.
LVP lunges at Skarkle perfectly in sync with a giant lightning strike.
Elon Musk starts placing Dogecoin bets on who will win. Mr. Beast shows up somehow and starts recording the fight.
He promises the winner $10,000.
That's literally less
Skarkle
money
holds-
than Dream versus Technoblade.
Yeah.
It's like a quarter. Not a quarter, it's a tenth.
Yeah. That's like a pittance to Skarkle, right?
Yeah.
He's a fucking loan shark.
I mean, the Spenpy art has him listed as has him named Earth's biggest shareholder. I think he has a bit more than $10,000.
Yeah, you know. Skarkle holds their cutlass out and spins really fast, propelling himself into the air before stopping to fall down and trying to impale LVP through the heads.
LVP sidesteps and thrusts his longsword at Skarkle's abdomen.
Skarkle backflips over the longsword and swings the cutlass down on LVP. You know, for one thing I do think is funny, like, Skarkle's a fat ass, right? But his reflexes and his agility are also quite good. You know?
So it's kind of like Poe.
A little bit. A little bit. But yeah, Skarkle backflips over the longsword and swings the cutlass down on LVP.
LVP catches the blade on the crossguard of his sword and pushes it aside, then kicks Skarkle squarely in the jaw.
Skarkle starts charging at LVP, making it look like he's going for a face punch before Tractor Beam propelling themselves into LVP's gut. That's kind of hurts.
LVP tries to draw his sword across Skarkle's neck.
Skarkle kicks LVP in the chest before getting up to grab the cutlass.
LVP mordhouses Skarkle across the face before he grabs the cutlass.
Man, I don't even know what that word means.
Me neither.
It's basically where you grab the sword by the fucking blade and just beat them over the head with a fucking crossguard.
That's so good.
Skarkle Tractor Beam yanks LVP towards him off their feet before slashing them with their cutlass.
LVP jumps up to evade whilst grabbing the hilt of his longsword.
And I think here is where me and LVP thought, what if it was funny? You know, it'd be funny if we just continuously escalated this. Skarkle propels himself on top of a nearby skyscraper.
I feel like it's been pretty escalated already.
The ghost that makes you conveniently know where to dig up a jetpack possesses LVP and makes him dig up a rocket-powered jetpack before leaving to find another suitable host.
LVP jetpacks up to Skarkle with his sword held out in front of him.
I like how this implies someone just left a jetpack lying around.
Yeah, you know. Skarkle carves out a section of the roof with the cutlass, picks it up, and hurls it at LPP.
LBP bats the roof section away with the flat of his sword and boosts towards Skarkle.
Skarkle drops to the floor backwards and grazes LPP with the cutlass before scooting forward and getting up.
LBP lands across the roof from Skarkle and kicks a stray rebar at Skarkle.
Skarkle slashes at midair, causing both halves to veer to the side and miss.
And then boomerang around and whack him in the back of the head.
Skarkle crushes up the halves and molds them into a spear before tractor beam chucking in at LVP.
LBP catches the spear in his teeth and then chucks it off the side of the building.
Skarkle launches several punches of pure tractor beam energy at LVP. While this is going on, a heavy rainstorm coincidentally starts and causes a flash flood, restricting the two combatants to just the buildings.
LBP discards his longsword and instead pulls out a lightsaber.
One of the punches connects while LVP pulls out the lightsaber, nearly sending them careening off the ledge. Skarkle withdraws his cutlass and pulls out a lightless. He then tractor beam charges the LVP. It's basically a lightsaber cutlass.
Man, I really hope that somehow someone can make like a Rupert Cord like fighting game at some point.
I hope maybe I might be able to do it, to be honest. Maybe.
I think it needs to have like a stupidly complicated combat system, like on the level of like Devil May Cry or some shit.
Yeah.
LVP manages to steady himself in time to sidestep Skarkle and swing his lightsaber at his torso.
Skarkle tractor beam thrusts the lightless into the lightsaber, pushing it away before pulling the lightless back, slipping off the ledge, and beam launching onto another skyscraper.
LVP uses the Force to throw rubble at Skarkle.
Genuinely forgot he could do that.
Remember when LVP could just do whatever the fuck he wanted?
So true.
Skarkle jumps out of the way and beam charges at LVP again, using the Force to turn off LVP's lightsaber.
Damn, why didn't anyone try doing that in the Star Wars movies? Are they stupid?
LVP uses Force Lightning to stun Skarkle before force pushing him through 2 floors.
Skarkle force drags LVP through the floor and tries to plunge the lightless into LVP's chest.
LVP does a barrel roll and lands behind Skarkle.
This kind of reminds me of the fact
Skarkle's neck.
This kind of reminds me of the fact that there's like a banned lightsaber form where you just go up to someone, turn off your lightsaber, just thrust the hilt in front of them, and just like turn it back on and stab them in the face. And they banned that because it was way too cruel. They thought it was a dishonorable tactic.
Skarkle ducks and hind kicks LVP into the wall before trying to stab him with the lightless.
LVP uses the Force to deactivate the lightless before punching Skarkle into the opposite wall.
Skarkle uses the Force to try to swerve the lightsaber directly into LVP's face.
LVP deactivates the lightsaber and uses the Force to splash water on Skarkle and then throw him into a table full of salt shakers. Just there for some reason.
Nothing really happens, as sharks don't really mind salt water. Skarkle jumps back and kicks the table at LVP.
I think they don't mind is a bit of an understatement, considering they literally live in salt water.
Yeah.
LVP breaks the table with a kick and then blasts Skarkle
humans
with
don't really mind air.
Yeah, it's not really that lethal to them.
LVP breaks the table with a kick and then blasts Skarkle with Force Lightning. This is unpleasant as he's covered in salt water.
Skarkle Force insulates the lightning. He then takes a swing at LVP.
LVP ducks under and haymakers Skarkle in the gut.
Skarkle grabs LVP by the head and flings him into the opposite wall before turning around and beam thrusting the lightless at LVP.
This implies that Skarkle has molecular manipulation powers.
I mean, why not, you know?
LVP just deactivates the lightless again and headbutts Skarkle.
Skarkle knees LVP in the chin before beam pulling a chair towards himself and in turn into the back of LVP's head.
LVP loudly curses and grabs Skarkle by the neck and does high knees at 5,000 RPM, being Skarkle in the gut repeatedly.
While this
That is
going on,
genuinely
Sparkle
just a
grabs...
JoJo move. That's like Jotaro punching someone core.
While
It's like
this
a
is going
fucking
on,
Star
Sparkle...
Platinum assault.
Oh god. Skarkle grabs LPP's neck and starts bashing him against the wall until it collapses and they both fall through.
They then fall into the massive flood. OVP summons a boat from the heavens and gets on it.
By now, the water level has risen to the point where the boat is a good few deck meters off the ground. Skarkle hops on the boat and starts trying to slash LVP with the Lightless.
LBP deactivates the lightless and swings with his lightsaber towards Skarkle's abdomen.
Skarkle force turns off the lightsaber before turning on the Lightless and trying to stab LVP.
LBP deactivates the lightless and knees Skarkle in the gut.
Yeah, I thought it would be funny to have lightsabers, but then just make them absolutely useless.
This is so good.
Skarkle sweep kicks LVP's other foot, knocking him to the ground.
LBP swings his newly activated lightsaber at Skarkle's legs.
Better yet, a liability. Skarkle force swerves it towards LVP's chin before stomping on him.
LBP rolls away from Skarkle and gets up, then chucks the saber at Skarkle.
Skarkle force turns it off, letting it harmlessly hit his chest before rushing in for a lightless swing.
LBP force pulls the lightsaber toward himself and activates it.
Skarkle front flips over LVP and tries to stab him.
LBP uses his stand to punch Skarkle in the jaw.
Skarkle force removes the lightsaber's batteries before hook punching LVP in the face.
LBP discards the saber and sends his stand to kick Skarkle in the chin.
Skarkle's lightless
It
runs out of
seems
batteries right then.
Blasphemian and Star Platinum are the same kind of stand.
Skarkle's lightless runs out of batteries right then and there, forcing him to pull out the cutlass again and summon his own stand, the big fucking log, to crush LVP's stand under 20 tons of weight. This also has the minor side effect of causing the boat to sink.
Due to his stand being crushed, LBP bears equivalent damage. He then sets fire to the big fucking log, causing Skarkle to be immolated as well.
The big fucking log grabs a fire blanket and uses it on itself before growing limbs and boxing out LVP's stands.
LBP stand Blasphemian engages in boxing. Why the fuck did I write it that way?
Oh my god.
Engages in boxing with the big fucking log while LBP draws a Gotenok and re-engages with Skarkle.
Yeah, this is
Skarkle
genuinely
puts down a wild draw
amazing.
color card from Uno Flip and buries LVP in a bunch of playing cards.
The LVP deploys an annoying 2010 minion meme to give Skarkle a seizure while he summons a boat.
The big fucking log grabs Blasphemian's ankle and twists it, sending both Blasphemian and LVP spinning to the ground.
LVP says fuck and throws hydrofluoric acid at the big fucking log, causing both it and Skarkle to receive injury.
Oh my god.
Okay, hold on a second. In the middle of the fight, a lone shark commander stationed in the Nether sends Skarkle a message saying that an alliance has been successfully formed with the Wither Skeletons, and they are currently on the hunt for Technoblade and his gang.
Good.
Skarkle beam thrusts the cutlass into Blasphemian.
LVP throws a rock at the cutlass to knock it off course and into the big fucking log.
Luckily, the big fucking log has a stone located exactly where the cutlass makes contact so that Skarkle can pull it out and reference British folklore about kings at the same time. The big fucking log manages to suplex Blasphemian.
LBP gets slammed to the floor. Blasphemian grabs the big fucking log and holds it in place for LBP to take a chainsaw to it.
Skarkle force drains the chainsaw of its oil and splashes it across LVP's face.
Remnants of the U.S. Air Force fly by and suck up the oil before it can hit LBP.
The big fucking log grabs one of the U.S. planes and smashes it over Blasphemian's heads.
LBP then activates Blasphemian's special ability. It doesn't seem to do anything yet.
Skarkle activates the big fucking log special ability. The big fucking log stand, which drops a second, even larger log onto Blasphemian's head. The bigger fucking log.
LBP says, "Will you quit with that?" Whack Skarkle over the head with a sledgehammer, knocking it down.
I feel like that's the most
Skarkle
dialogue he's had so far.
Yeah. Skarkle beam propels straight into LVP, pushing them both up before punching LVP onto a rooftop.
LBP, recovering from the log wound, tries to get up, but finds he cannot.
Skarkle, battered and exhausted, falls back onto the boat, panting.
LBP stumbles to his feet and jumps down onto the boat.
Skarkle points the cutlass upwards where LVP is going to land.
LBP throws a rock at the mast of the boat, which ricochets and knocks the cutlass to the side, allowing him to land safely.
Skarkle kicks LVP back before stepping away to catch their breath.
LBP produces a sledgehammer and swings it at Skarkle's head.
Skarkle force turns off the sledgehammer, causing the head to somehow retract back into the handle. Yes, he then proceeds to hook punch LVP to the floor.
LBP scoots back and manages to get to his feet unsteadily. He then swings a baton at Skarkle's torso.
Skarkle kicks it into the air before charging at LVP. Holy shit.
Meanwhile, in Albuquerque, Mike's army is desperately fighting back against Stellafolian robots and carcasses. Gus waits patiently in his facility, watching as the battle rages, before the scene cuts back to the fight between LBP and Skarkle.
I seem to remember you wanting to change the scene there before, like, we
Did
told
I?
you, hey, let's not.
Did I say that? Man, Past Me was
I
fucking
think.
lame as shit.
LBP gets slammed back into a wall.
How dare I try to stop Peak?
I
Exactly.
know, right? We should
How did you do
castrate
that,
you.
honestly? Look how peak this
Yeah.
fucking fight is.
Exactly.
Come on.
Yeah, it's
LBP
pretty
gets slammed back
undeniable.
into a wall. Skarkle notices he feels a bit sluggish.
He backs away to catch another breath.
The effect slightly lessens. LBP manages to get away from the walls, brandishing his Viking Skeggox.
The same loan shark commander from before messages Skarkle again to inform him that thanks to help from Gus, they have tricked a member of Techno's group into becoming a mole for them. The part of the message revealing who it is does not appear in shot for dramatic effect. You'll never guess who on Techno's team proves to be untrustworthy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, headcanon. The Lone Shark Commander is Galeon.
Wait, that's actually a good idea.
Meanwhile, John Ohio just kind of impatiently sits on his Ohio throne waiting for a chance to do something relevant. Skarkle pulls out a bottle of lubricant and applies it to his feet before sliding into LVP with their fist downs.
Below lands on LBP's ribcage and he experiences a brief coughing fit as the wind is knocked out of him.
Skarkle draws his gauntlets again and stares down LVP.
The scene cuts back to Gus, who reaches out to John Ohio and asks for him and his ice golems to help defend Albuquerque.
John Ohio agrees to this. In the meantime, Skarkle holds his cutlass forward, slides into LVP, and slashes him across the face.
Except he doesn't. As the sword careens towards LVP's head, it slows down until it completely stops. Skarkle finds that he can't move. LVP begins to laugh sinisterly.
John Ohio, who is watching this fight live on his Ohio cable TV, eagerly munches his popcorn. Skarkle beam pulls out oil from his pocket.
If Lobato has any more lines in this scene, I'm just going to read them because you guys are kind of working overtime here.
Okay. Skarkle beam pulls out oil from his pocket and applies it to all of his joints to loosen them up before careening back into LVP. The blow still hurts, but it's not as bad.
It's genuinely hilarious how long this has gone on.
The oil only has a limited effect, however, as the paralysis quickly sets in again.
Meanwhile, Hermanian soldiers look up from the Albuquerque battlefield as a wall of ice is formed from the sky and cuts off various robots and carcasses. Ice Golem 3805, followed by many of their kin, slides down the ice and begins fighting the invaders furiously. Soldiers cheer as the golems arrive, giving them another fighting chance. Meanwhile, 48.
PP pushes himself off the wall and then circling Skarkle as he is powerless to stop him, or stop him. You fool! You cock-gobbling cum guzzler! You quite literal nincompoop! You have underestimated me. Bystan's ability is to cause premature rigor mortis in its target, and you, Skarky boy, are that target.
Let me just.
The big fucking log grabs LVP and starts pinching their heads.
Yeah, there we go.
This fails due to a fatal typo. The writers have to step in and retroactively fix it. Then it works.
The sign is canned.
When they go,
Unfortunately,
what get canned for enforcing the rules?
I don't
got
know.
canned. Got canned. Get out of here.
I like how I
Canned,
get
idiot.
canned and then Gamma just gets clubbed a bunch of times for like blatantly breaking formatting rules like several times.
Unfortunately, the log also succumbs to the rigor mortis as it's a supernatural rigor mortis.
Fortunately, it succumbs to rigor mortis while LVP's head is being compressed.
LVP teleports just outside of its grasp, wheezing with the effort.
Hey, wait a sec. Gargle finds that they can still use their tractor beam powers. Alright, cool.
God fucking damn it.
Gargle beam bashes into LVP repeatedly. I like to imagine that he's just grabbing the ground and then just, like, hurling his entire body into LVP over and over again.
It's like that one sequence from like the very first read aloud where like the Gregs kept launching their satellite into Buckingham Palace from orbit. Remind you that they weren't firing the satellite, they were launching it. Like they were taking the whole thing and just launching it into the Buckingham
It's
Palace
just
to fuck over the
an
BSE.
entire ass satellite instead of, like, firing it, you know?
Oh shit. Blasphemia begins repeatedly punching Skarkle in the face.
AUL literally
Suddenly,
has
the
always
zombie
been
drone
this
says-
bizarre. Like that's the one through line.
Suddenly, the zombie drone staff filming this fight live for John.
No, sorry, I said I would. I
said
I would read these. Suddenly, the zombie drones that have been filming this fight live for John, Ohio, all along, swoops in and shoots a grappling hook at Skarkle, wrapping it around his leg so that he falls over.
Skarkle beam thrusts the cutlass into Blasphemian's skin and starts wildly twisting it around.
LVP is also affected by this. Blasphemia manages to wrench the cutlass out and snap it. LVP coughs up some blood. You know, all Skarky, I just had an idea.
Yes.
I like how Skarkle
Really, this
completely ignored the zombie drones.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
He's just built like that.
He's just built different.
Ooh, this won't end anytime soon. So what if we join forces? Who could stop us when we did that?
Not a bad idea, I'll give you that.
LVP releases the rigor mortis on Skarkle's arm and holds out his own. What do you say, Skark?
Skarkle stops beam telling Blasphemian to kill himself, which they were apparently doing this whole time.
Beanly Strat.
The Beanly Strats.
Think you've got
There's
yourself
just
a
like
deal.
it was just like beaming the fucking like low tier god ran into its head like on loop.
This is so true.
The two shake hands. LBP releases the rigor mortis on the rest of Skarkle and promptly collapses. First a bit of a nap, he says before he drifts into unconsciousness.
Yeah.
I like how Skarkle
Yeah.
could canonically have just repossessed him if he did that.
Yeah, probably. Skarkle drops to the ground and starts heavily panting.
The zombie drone, recognizing that Skarkle's death is no longer feasible, quickly retreats before it is noticed.
At the same time, Skarkle and LVP stands are both retracted.
Wait, hold on a second. Let me go back and reread something. Why the fuck did the zombie drone attack Skarkle? Like, isn't Ohio 3 allied with Skarkle?
I don't fucking know.
I'm just gonna assume Lovato meant LVP.
I don't think he
Oh,
did.
maybe John Ohio like thought like Skarkle was like the most powerful threat, so they wanted to get him out of the way or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
right.
maybe. Hold on a sec. Sorry, what was the last line? Okay. I don't think you read the one after that.
At the same time, Skarkle and LVPs, I think, is where we left off.
Yeah.
I thought he did.
Okay, yeah, maybe you did. Poseidon, who's been watching the whole situation from the writer's room, struggles to understand what's going on as LBP is now both Skarkle's employee out of the story and canonically Skarkle's ally in the story. Which is, it's very funny because he specifically sold the rights to Skarkle to prevent this sort of thing from happening.
The duplicate LBP appears outside of the story to fulfill his duties.
Holy shit, this duplicate is named LBD, with the D standing for duplicate. I forgot I was the one who decided that. That's crazy. The rest of the writers just kind of stand there and accept this as a normal occurrence. Is this deadass? Is this deadass where LBD comes in?
Yeah, it's LBD.
That's crazy lore. Meanwhile, John Ohio makes a mental note to ask LBP what the fuck was going on with that stand thing he kept talking about whenever he gets the chance. Meanwhile, 2, the Battle of Albuquerque is raging on. 3805 and his brethren, alongside Mike and his army, are putting up a hell of a fight. But they know it'll only be a matter of time before they're overwhelmed. 3805 asks John Ohio when he'll be ready to join in.
Slurperian officials have only now realized the full extent of the Lone Shark offensive.
Man, I hate the way you pronounce Slurperian. What the fuck is that?
You pronounce Slurperia like it's a store in Mexico, dog.
I just say Slurperian.
It's Slurperian.
I mean, I guess it's technically correct because...
Why do you pronounce Hermania, huh?
Because that's how you pronounce
Hermanos. Because it's Los Pollos Hermanos.
Yeah, it's Los Pollos Hermanos.
But it looks like Hermania. What the fuck?
It's a skill issue, honestly.
Yeah, this is a skill issue, dog.
No.
Technically, Slurperia would be correct if you're deriving the etymology of slurper, but it doesn't sound as good.
Does it though? I mean...
John Ohio tells 3805, I think Slurperia sounds better, but that's just me. John Ohio tells 3805 that a whole big fight with Skarkle and some random new guy just happened, and he needs to spend a little while reviewing the footage to try and figure out exactly what was even going on with that shit. 3805 assures him he'll try and keep the battle going as long as he can while John prepares.
I think it was like some random new guy, even though it's like one of the fucking writers. Like, how is that a random new guy?
True. I mean, I don't know if John Ohio knows about that at this case.
Fair enough.
Alright, I think there's a little bit longer until setup for the final fight at Albuquerque. I don't think we can power through to that because I have to go to bed soon. So
it's like,
we can just do the setup.
Where I am.
I think we should just do the setup and then leave it. Yeah.
Okay.
So did you read the LBW thing?
Oh, yeah. LBW feels an odd disturbance. He shakes it off and walks over to survey the battle.
Meanwhile, in the Nether, Techno and the gang are currently in a piglin village, being sheltered. They've been preparing to return to the overworld and stop both the Loan Sharks and the Gore Slurperus for a while now.
Have they been there ever since like the fucking Arcosite demonstration?
No, they haven't. They fled after the whole Gore Slurperus. Yeah, there was a fight between Skarkle and Lickvold, and also that was when Slurperia got revived. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I remember.
It was when like they summoned a bus and there was like a whole chase and whatnot.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's a Murder Fist line here.
Oh yeah, Murder Fist is telling stories of his conquest.
Man, that sure is something, Techno remarks as the two of them talk while looking out at the boiling sea below from a balcony.
Skarkle realizes he and LBP are in the still waterlogged Slurperian city. He promptly orders a lander to come pick them up.
Advanced Wars reference in the wild.
Did you say your...
Yeah, I said it.
He did.
In response to Techno's remark, and Whitney, I just can't wait to see Willie again.
Finn sends one to Skarkle's exact location. Finn sends a lander to Skarkle's exact location as fast as possible and also debriefs him on the offensive progress. Meanwhile, Techno's like, Jesus fuck, Whitney, you scared me.
Oh, hi, sorry.
You've been preparing your Dream Stand army for a while now, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Do you think we're almost ready to return to Earth?
I've been engaging him in team bonding activities, so maybe.
And I don't want to do the fucking Southern accent. I'm not doing the fucking.
You so now it's time for you to reap.
I'm not doing the fucking inbred Arkansas.
Yes, you are. Stop lying to yourself.
God damn it. God. Bro. I feel like I'm gonna try and say it and it's just gonna come out all wrong.
Yeah, but that would kind of be funny.
God damn it. Alright, fine. Alright. I do
Go
kind of
on.
agree with her. Wouldn't mind seeing old Will again. God knows.
Speaking of people it'd be nice to see again, I still haven't gotten used to not having Phil around. Oh yeah, I almost forgot he fucking died.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did.
Once we get our hands on that resurrection machine again, I'm bringing him back first thing.
Oh, I'm sure we can just dig him up and have a good laugh about it all.
Death is a little bit more permanent than that, I'm afraid. Techno corrects. I just don't think you're used to it because you're, well, Whitney.
Aw, you think I'm special?
You can seemingly survive anything.
I like how Whitney is just delusional. Like that's like her only personality trait is that she's just completely fucking delusional.
True.
Why does Murder Fist have to be in this fucking RP? I swear to God.
Dude
You
is
brought
just
this
pissed at
upon
having
yourself,
He's just so
motherfucker.
pissed at
Well,
having to
I
use a
need
southern
to kill
accent.
this guy off. I need to kill this guy off.
You invented him as
We
a
are
character.
going to beat
You
and
signed
kill
up to be a part of
Murderfist.
these. You're reading his lines.
You're going to beat and kill Murder. Oh, my homies hate Murder Fist.
We're going to beat and kill Murderfist to death.
To death.
We're going to send him to Burgundy.
We're going to beat him to life.
Holy shit. I think actually originally I planned for like Rathfoot to kill him at some point.
Yeah.
Like him and Plague Fucker, like Rathfoot would kill both of them. And I don't know. I decided against it.
You still have to say the line,
Anyway,
though, by the way.
We're waiting.
Damn it.
You can just
Alright.
say it in a normal accent. I don't care. Just say the line. Bart.
I do care. Say it in an Alabama accent.
No.
It's an
fuck off.
Arkansas accent.
Same
Yeah.
thing.
Get it right, eh?
What's the difference?
Unlike Will,
You know what?
Murderfist walks off somberly.
I can read Murderfist dialogue if you don't want to.
No, he has to read it.
Don't worry, Techno, Blair O'Donnell says, walking up to him. We're going to bring back Phil, and we'll make that worm bastard pay as well. Danny also joins in, bagpiping in agreement. Damn licht. He's literally speaking Scots. What the fuck? I can barely read this. Okay. Damn licht. I'd like to see that motherfucker stamped to death himself. And as for Lukvold, well, I dunno ken what's gotten all out with Lukvold. I just hope there's at least some greed left in him. I don't know about that.
I don't know why you guys write characters with accents if you're not willing to commit to the bit, you know?
What the fuck? Am I not? I'm trying.
He is committed to the bit. He is committed to the bit. I'm not committed.
Yeah,
What the fuck is the criticism? What the fuck is the criticism at me for?
I am not committed to
fuck
the
you.
Sounds of breaking and things breaking and
Commit to this
screaming can be
ratio,
heard from
honestly.
Orders.
Techno quickly rushes over to see what's going on.
Fail.
Walks in to find Murderfist slamming his head into a desk.
Hey man, Techno sits down. close by Murderfist and just patiently waits. You don't have to go through this
Real.
alone.
Murder Fist wails in anguish and throws the desk across the room.
You know you can talk to me about things, right?
God damn it.
It's so funny when you consider that these two are like close friends, even though Techno just like randomly picked him up once after a fight.
Yeah.
They literally just like started fucking fighting each other.
I mean, that's
And
honestly
they just became
honestly
friends
that's how
whilst
like
fighting each other.
that's like how all friendships start in AUL, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just beat the shit out of them and then eventually they become your friend.
I mean that's what Skarkle did with LVP. Why would it work here? You know.
Exactly.
True.
It's the same. It's the same
It's a
concept.
tried and true tactic, honestly.
Yeah.
I miss
LVP,
home.
Anyway.
if it is that, okay, never mind. He has actually doing it. Yeah, I know.
God damn.
Oh god.
Why did I do this to myself?
I don't know, but it's fun to watch.
It rightly is.
I can barely even fucking read this.
That's me with the fucking Scots dialogue.
You know, the fucking. I like how like some of the words like the fucking translator didn't have anything for it.
That's so good.
Okay. Murderfix chokes back a sob and continues. He was my friend. I remember we used to go down to battle together. It was all fun. Murderfist slams his face onto the floor.
I can relate to how you're feeling. Phil was like a brother to me. Did I ever tell you the story of how we leveled the whole country together? I think he's mentioned it like twice at this point.
Murderfist shrugs.
That was one of many adventures we shared.
Well,
I
is
imagine
taking
he must
pleasure
have
in my
felt
suffering
devastated
with
when
me.
I first passed away. Maybe even more so than I feel now that he's gone. But when I met Phil again after I was revived, I knew he had been strong on his own. Sure, he'd been devastated, and he expressed that a lot. But he never lost hope or faith in himself. I guess he knew I would have wanted him to keep moving forward in his honor. Not to set aside the grief, but to fight through it and hold the good memories close to his heart. That's why I haven't given up, now that he's gone. Because I know there's still fights to win, government to topple, people to save and protect. The cause never dies. It won't die with him or with me. There will always be someone to carry the torch. And in your case, my friend, I believe you have done well to honor your friend's legacy, and I believe you will see him again someday. I will admit I, myself, have never been William's biggest fan for a multitude of reasons, but if that's what will make you happy, I think is worth fighting for.
Murderfist sniffles and stands back up. Thank you kindly.
Just then, Claire comes bursting into the room. We got a situation. Where skeletons are attacking. Seemingly loan sharks as well. Techno springs to attention at once. Oh shit, of course he'd ally with the were skeletons. God, Tuesdays!
I hate when that happens. Murderfist grabs his sword and readies himself for battle.
Those fuckers have been trying to enslave the piglins for ages. Well, I'm about to show them what we're made of. Techno rushes out of the room and onto a bridge where he can see the approaching wither skeletons and loan sharks.
Murderfist walks out alongside him, clenching his sword tightly.
I know the perfect stopping point for this session, and it's not far from now. I'll just say that. Hold on. The skeletons are coming across the boiling lava sea with striders, and some are in the air, standing on top of withers. Those that reach the shore start climbing up toward the village, and some drop onto the village from above. Although piglin defenses are quick to respond and fight a good portion of them off. Techno starts shooting fireworks at the withers.
Murderfist leaps into the wither skeleton ranks and begins cutting them down.
No, hold on, Techno shouts to him. The loan sharks want to capture us. That's most likely why they're here.
Murderfist yells out in anger as he frantically swings his sword at the skeletons.
You all need to get the hell out of here so you're not at risk of capture. I'll stay behind and hold off the skeletons. It's my duty to defend my people, after all. Claire decides to interject. Techno's got a point. Walt's already working on lighting the portal deep in the village. The one we've been preparing to go through for ages now. It'll lead right into North America, specifically the New Mexico desert, which should be completely abandoned at the moment.
Murderfist is not listening as he relentlessly cuts down wither skeletons.
Dude, you're missing vital exposition. We'll be safe if we make our way through. I dropped the Scottish accent, hold on. We'll be safe if we make our way through, Claire insists. Murderfist, please, Techno shouts, after blasting another wither with a firework. He eventually leaps down to where Murderfist is and helps him fight the skeletons. Seriously, you need to get going. All of you do.
Murderfist eventually reluctantly retreats.
As Techno continues to hold off the invaders, Murderfist, Claire, and Danny make their way deep into the village, escorted by piglins. They meet up with Plaguefucker along the way.
Plaguefucker attempts to comfort Murderfist with old war stories.
Finally, they reach Walt, who has just reignited the portal to New Mexico. But something's wrong. Walt isn't alone. Coming through the portal is a whole group of loan sharks. Wait, what? Claire exclaims. Walt starts sinisterly laughing. I've been busy with some important negotiations this last while, so to speak. Satan,
and Gambit, the two ex-carcasses exclaim in unison.
What the bugger is that supposed to mean? Danny asks, Walt facing him down. Well, I hope I didn't give you the impression that I was in this for any of you to begin with, Walt points out. I only helped you out of convenience. My goal was always to get back at Gus and Mike for what they did to me, and reclaim my place as the true greatest drug lord of all time.
Oh wow, there's wither skellies.
Just noticing.
Oblivious. She's to everything. The piglins guarding the portal step back, growling at the emerging loan sharks. Walt simply laughs. I'm sure you're wondering what they're doing here. You see, a while back, when we were still on the run in the Nether, before settling down here, I came across a group of loan sharks, and I must say they made me an offer I simply could not refuse.
Did you tell them about Dream SMP?
Shut the fuck up. Anyway, they promised that if I helped them capture you, they would help me return to New Mexico and take down Gus. They've always seen Gus as a potential threat, and fear betrayal from Los Pollos Hermanos and Ohio 3. Therefore, they'd like a leader in charge of Los Pollos Hermanos who's much more adaptable to their interests. And I, of course, get revenge and all the money I need. Yeah, boss, how far could you do this to us? Danny demands, furious. He's talking to Walter White. I'm not sure why he's surprised. Famously not great person, Walter White.
Yeah.
Plaguefucker steps up and agrees.
Might as well get this over with, then, Claire adds, taking out a gun and aiming it at Walt.
Plaguefucker draws his own gun.
Although I wouldn't fire those if I were you. Walt shakes his head, then starts intensely glowing. Notice my glow? I decided to treat myself to a meal of ground-up fire charges and blaze powder just a few hours ago. Walt's glow then fades as he suppresses it. I'm not sure. I completely bullshitted this out of nowhere for a plot point.
I just imagine
that
like
does not
Walter
happen
White
in
turning into
Minecraft.
that one meme of like the dude sitting in the booth and it's just like fucking glowing orange.
True. Walt's glow then fades as he suppresses it.
Wow, this is just like in Dream SMP when...
Shut up. So much of that stuff runs through my veins right now that if you were to shoot me, it'd cause an explosion that would wipe out this entire village. No hope of survival for any of you. So I believe it would be in your best interest to allow me to step through that portal and surrender yourself to the loan sharks immediately. Since I leaked the coordinates to the whole loan shark army anyway, it's not like you'll be able to fight your way out of this. Ah, shit, I went back a while. Hold on. Let me get back to the... hold on. You'll be overwhelmed in no time, as will Techno.
Well, what if we just...
Whitney rare acknowledgement of the situation.
Woke Whitney sinks into the ground.
Wait, what about the rest of us? Wait, what about the rest of us? Claire asks.
Just sink into the ground.
You know what, Walt remarks. She can do whatever she wants. I'm not sure it's physically possible to apprehend her at this point. The rest of you, though, I think you'd best stay put. Nonsense, Danny protests, preparing for a fight. We will nae bow down to ye, you disgraceful piece of jobby.
Plaguefucker and Murderfist prepare for battle.
Hey, what do you think of this?
Woke Whitney shows Walter White fan art that causes the paper it was drawn into immediately catch fire.
I feel like that's kind of counterproductive to the goal of getting someone to see the fan art.
Maybe a little.
Walt just stares blankly for a moment. I think I'll leave. Suit yourselves, everyone. At that moment, he walks through the portal with a couple of the loan sharks, with the others staying behind him, promptly disabling it by stealing the obsidian blocks. The piglins immediately start attacking them, and Danny joins in, whacking them with his bagpipe.
Oak Whitney manages to deflect several bullets with her fan art.
The loan sharks present aren't very strong and are able to be defeated by the piglins and the combined might of the gang, but they manage to somehow eat the obsidian blocks they stole before they can be recovered, preventing the portal from being fixed. To be clear, they don't repossess the obsidian blocks, they eat the obsidian blocks.
As one does.
Yeah, just
Quickly, Claire
fucking
shouts.
obsidian.
We need to meet up with Techno again and revise our plan.
Whitney takes command of the Piglin army for the time being. Dear God.
I don't know why, but sure.
The Piglins immediately put on iMests that ray trace their surroundings with really fast echolocation before printing to the screen. This allows them to fight the loan sharks without having to actively avoid a cognito hazards.
Whitney then remembers that she already has her own army of dream stands and untakes command of the Piglin army. However, they retain the abilities they just gained regardless, giving them an edge over the invaders and the rest of the village. Meanwhile, Techno continues to cut down skeletons one by one with his blade, taking firework shots at Withers whenever he can.
The apparently heat-proof Dreamstand army swims up to the connecting bridge and topples it over.
Thankfully for the skeletons, they're also heat-proof and are not burned by the lava when they fall in. Withers start trying to bomb the Dreamstand army from above.
Oak Whitney tells the Dreamstand army to hit the gritty while swimming. This causes several Withers to violently explode.
Meanwhile, the rest of Techno's gang meets back up with him. Techno is surprised to see them and shouts while fighting several skeletons at once. I thought I told you all to leave. Walt betrayed us, Claire explains. He led our enemies here and tried to get us captured. He left through the portal and destroyed it on his way out. He's working with the loan sharks. Shit, Techno remarks. Well, one thing's for sure, we're not getting captured on my watch. The Piglin army quickly starts to turn the tides of the battle, especially with Whitney's assistance. Techno turns his attention to the loan sharks, who are trying to strike while the skeletons are distracting him and his gang. He begins leaping from loan shark aircraft to loan shark aircraft, destroying them with his blade one by one.
The loan shark aircraft backs away before unloading bullets at Techno.
He manages to block some with his sword, but is forced to return to the ground and duck behind cover. The battle rages on, its results yet to be determined. Meanwhile, in the New Mexico desert, Walt emerges from the nether portal with the loan sharks that went back with him. He looks around and takes in the surroundings, flooded with memories of cooking meth with Jesse. Ah, it's good to be back. Now, he turns to the loan sharks. Your army should be able to deal with them back in the nether. Back in the nether. I should keep saying, every time the nether is mentioned, I should just say it in the fucking Jack Black voice. It's now time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain. Sorry, that's your line.
The loan sharks bring in a bag with millions of dollars.
Not just that. As was promised, I'd like to be taken directly to Gustavo Fring. I need you to sneak me into his headquarters. Disguise me as a gift, so to speak. He'll trust you since you're his allies and all.
The loan sharks provide Walter with the money and help him climb into a supply package.
Ah, good. Now get me there as fast as you can.
On it. The loan sharks load Walter onto a truck and starts driving towards Gus.
Meanwhile, in the nether, Techno and his gang fight on. The fight mostly evens out for the next few hours, with the piglins using guerrilla tactics to hold off the skeletons and the sharks.
The loan shark fighters start firing missiles at the piglins.
The piglins bring out gas to strike back, which they have for some reason. Explosions rock the netherrack cliffs as the fight gets worse and worse. On Earth, Walt soon arrives at Gus's main base, and the loan sharks sneak him in. At long last, he will finally achieve his revenge. He will finally take his rightful place as the world's greatest drug kingpin. He's excited, exhilarated even. So when the loan sharks finally get him to Gus's quarters, he can barely hold himself back. As soon as he can, he springs out one of the gift crate and points a gun at Gus. I've got you, you little shit. After all this time, I've got you. You're gonna pay for everything you and Mike did to me. Where is that bastard? Gus simply sits still, chuckling a little. Mike is busy fighting off the carcasses and Stellafolian robots outside. It's a shame he couldn't make it. I'm sure he would have loved to see your ultimate downfall. Gus snaps his fingers, which is the loan shark's cue.
The loan shark shove Walter to the ground and confiscate his gun.
Gus gets up and elegantly walks forward, taking the gun himself and aiming it at Walt.
They also confiscate the money.
You arrogant lunatic. Did you honestly believe the loan sharks would trust you as the leader of my nation? Did you honestly believe anyone would? Everyone in Los Pollos Hermanos is loyal to me, Mr. White. Your age has long since come to an end, and your delusions of grandeur are only that. Delusions.
That's always how it plays out with these types of usurping plots. You never enjoy the new leader's rule. They always fail to consider what it is the current one's actually doing.
Walt looks up at Gus, and the loan sharks rage in his eyes. So you set this all up? You tricked me?
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, Gus affirmed. It was my plan in the beginning. I talked it over with Scarkle extensively.
What can we say? It was an offer he couldn't refuse.
I know you, Mr. White, Gus carries on. I knew your ego would blind you to the truth. Once I heard you were kicking again, I figured I would take advantage of that one last time. Now I have the chance to get rid of you for good, and I must say I'm glad to be able to do it myself this time. You bastards, Walt shouts. All of you.
The world need to know who you are by the time we're done.
I like how they're saying that to a guy who was literally president of the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's canon that Walter White was president of the United States for some reason.
I remember.
And also affiliated with Carcass Fucker.
He was canonically, the United States was on Carcass Land's side, purely because they declared war on Russia for probably being communist.
Probably.
Like, that was the actual cited reason. And Russia was a CCC member state,
Carcass
so.
Fucker, like, drug cartel in Mexico.
Yeah, the Cabrones de Cadaveres.
Yeah.
When all this is said and done, Mr. White, I can assure you there will be no third chances, Gus adds. Now, do you have any final words? Walt looks up at Gus one more time, then remembering all the blaze powder and ground-up fire charges in his system, something Gus is entirely unaware of.
The one starts to remember what he said about the blaze powder in his system.
You don't have any final words, Walt says. You can go ahead. Gus prepares to pull the trigger. I'm surprised you have so little to say, Walt. Gus laughs, but oh well.
Watch out, he's gonna blow!
What? Gus asks. Walt remembers that he announced to the loan sharks what was in his system. The loan sharks then explain that to Gus, and Gus scratches his chin before putting away his gun. I suppose I can't shoot you then, he admits, but I imagine that hellish stuff will eat away at your system regardless, so you may as well be dead. Walt lowers his head in defeat, but then he smiles. There's one thing I neglected to say out loud about that. All of a sudden, Walt starts glowing intensely. What the loan sharks were never told is that he can detonate himself at will, while the blaze powder and ground-up fire charges are in his system. Goodbye, Gus. In the end, neither of us will be the kingpin. I hope you're happy with that.
The loan sharks put up their heat shields.
As Gus finally figures out what's about to happen, he shouts in alarm as he tries to spring away, but it's too late. Walt explodes, killing himself and vaporizing the entire base with Gus still undefended inside, as the loan sharks weren't able to give him a heat shield in time. Gus somehow stays alive for a little bit longer, walking outside the base into the open air with a full side of his body blown right off. Staring out into the harsh New Mexico sun and watching his nation's forces slowly fall to the carcasses and stellifolians nearby, he lets out one final breath, adjusts his tie, and collapses to the ground, deceased. I think that's where we should stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so too. I'm tired and hungry.
Yeah, I'm tired, and I think that was like a raw moment to stop it on.
Yeah.
Time to play an epic remix of the Breaking Bad theme.
There we go.
Breaking Bad theme, epic remix.
True. Anyway, what was this, number 10?
This was number 10. This was a good one for number 10. The fact we got the LPP versus Skarkle fight and the majority of the Los Pollos Hermanos war was great.
Peak.
Also, the next one is going to have the Albuquerque fight, which is going to be insane.
I've heard that's also peak.
You've heard. You literally helped. Wait, did you actually help write it?
I don't remember.
I think it was
a
mainly
while ago.
LBP and I.
Yeah, it was.
Probably, yeah. But anyway,
This truly was.
yeah, this was fun. See you guys next time, where hopefully we
The
won't
director's
have to
cut is probably going to be
30%
about
of the
5 hours.
video.
I think the public cut is going to be about 4.
Yeah.
An entire fucking hour of shit we get.
This is truly
Entire
Zack
hour
Snyder's Among Us lore.
To child Russian roulette.
Fuck off.
Mandated childhood Russian roulette.
That's so good. I can actually keep the Russian roulette.
Mandated orgies.
Mandated crack fueled orgy. Mandatory if you don't attend, they just fucking kill you.
Yeah, I can keep the Russian roulette thing. I can't. I don't think I can keep the rest of it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm gonna go eat now. This was fun.
I'm gonna go to bed, man. It's 5 a.m.
Yes.
This was very rewarding after an extremely tough exam.
I'm glad.
Anyway, bye.
Goodbye.
If you guys... Actually, hold on.
Yeah.
Bye. Well, that is the end of that. Hope you... And, see you next time. This was a fun little recording, and I can't wait for Among Us Lore 11. Thank you for watching.